the opportunity to come together today and do county business for free, give our commission guidance, wisdom as they make decisions about the county in life. We pray, Lord, that you watch over our county for protect.
Amen.
Good morning, everybody. Make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from last week.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll make a motion, we pay the claims in the amount of $208,590.69.
I'll second that. Any more discussion on it? Any questions?
Nope.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I've got some adds and debates. One of them is a different number. There was a change from the previous tax year that Janet and I didn't know was there till the other day. She found it, so we went back and picked that up. So this one is 2021-178. And then I've got 2022-878 through 881. And the total change of all those is a negative $618.32.
I'll make a motion that we approve the abatements number 2021-178 and then numbers 2022-878 through
881.
2022-881 for a negative total of $618.32.
I'll second that motion.
Any more discussion? Motion moved second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I think that's all I've got for now.
Gary, you got anything right off the bat?
Nope.
Galen?
Good morning, Galen Anderson with American Medical Response, and I have the detailed report for the month of February that I'll hand out and review with you.
I'm good, brother.
So request for ambulance service. First out of Centerville for the month of February were 2 requests, no transports. 1 request that fell in the city of Fontana, which had 1 transport. And then Lacine had 18 requests for ambulance service and 13 transports. Linn Valley had 7 requests and 2 transports. Mound City had 19 requests and 8 transports. Parker had 7 requests and 4 transports. Pleasanton had 24 requests and 17 transports, for a total of 78 requests and 45 transports for the month. Broken down by district with response times, Linn County District 1 had 31 requests for service, 19 transports, average response time of 12 minutes, 17 seconds. District 3 had 24 requests, 16 transports, with an average response time of 10 minutes and 10 seconds. And District 3 had 23 requests and 10 transports, average response time of 16 minutes and 46 seconds. For the 78 total requests, the average response time for the county was 12 minutes and 57 seconds. We were scheduled to have 1,344 unit hours in service for the month. and we're at 1,343, so we were staffed up 99.9% of the time. And for the month, there were 4 total patients flown out by helicopter. One was for a suspected stroke, one for a heart attack, one for a significant medical problem, and one for traumatic injuries. Any questions on that data for February? All right. So far for this month and the past 7 days, we've had 12 transports and 30 so far for the month. So pretty much same trend as February for transport volume goes. No changes with our staffing. And I think last week I said we were gearing up for a deployment to send staff and ambulances out to California. And then they ended up not going through with the deployment request with FEMA. So we didn't end up sending anybody out for that. So, and I don't think I have anything else to report. Anything for me?
I don't have anything. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabe.
Have a good week. Oh yeah, sorry.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Hegwald with Linn County Rural Fire and Emergency Management. I handed you a copy of the weekly run total. We had 9 incidents over the last 7 days. Brings our yearly total up to 89 for the year. I also handed you a job description for Assistant Fire Chief Maintenance Technician. Didn't know if you guys would like to look that over for a week and discuss it next week, or if you'd like to discuss it this week. I know we'd discussed it prior, but going forward with that position, so.
What do you think?
We had a fire board meeting last Thursday night. Fire board looked at that job description. The only thing that they asked to be added was on the back or page 2. There's a section on there about anytime any training that was paid for by the county, if a person quits, then that training is reimbursed back to the county. So, but other than that,
1 year from the time of the training, or?
1 year from the time of the training. So that's the only thing that they asked to be added. So I added that.
You wanted to go ahead and explain over meeting what he's asking for, what he's wanting? Should he talk about you want to kind of just fill in everybody what you're talking about or what you're needing?
So what this position is, it would be a assistant fire chief that would also have maintenance duties. So this position would be in charge of maintaining the trucks, doing inspections on the trucks, also in charge of running fire scenes. Also part of it would be getting certified to do the fire extinguisher certifications on the portable fire extinguishers for the county.
So this is other job duties that previously we had paid for.
Right. This would cut down on some of the county contractors that's coming in doing some of this. We could actually do it in-house. As we went through and talked about in open meeting, portable fire extinguishers, I've had numerous residents and businesses in Linn County asking about this program on the fire extinguisher. So I think it's a program that we can actually extend outside the county buildings and stuff like that, and make a good program out of it to help the citizens and businesses in Linn County. There is another sheet that I gave you, kind of explain some of the funding and how it would save the county money and how this position would be funded. Right now, one reason I brought this forward is I'm working on the 2024 budget, so just making sure we get this position budgeted. The money's there. We could, based on what, kind of looking at starting wages, we could still fund it this year. The money was budgeted, so we could do it this year, but just looking forward down the road, keeping it budgeted for that position. So
And this is a position that we've had before. We just haven't had it lately.
We had a chief position, and this would be, it's changing that position a little bit and renaming it and giving it some different,
Duties.
duties to that position.
Okay.
Mainly to help with the maintenance of stuff. So,
Taking on a lot more maintenance as far as before that wasn't,
right,
you know, that we was planning for.
right.
Which is fire extinguishers and vehicle inspections and.
Right. And on that funding side, so the vehicle inspections and the, what the previous positions paid is in there, but like the fire extinguishers, that money right there is not saving the fire department any money. That's more saving the general fund and the different departments. So that's just basically a service that the fire department may be providing to the rest of the county, that it's not saving us anything out of our budget, so.
Has anybody reached out to Cintas and talked to them about the contract we have with them on our extinguishers?
I don't know if there is a contract. I spoke to,
You know, reach out to them, and make sure where we're at on that.
I would, sometimes they're a little difficult to work with on, but I just want to say. Have they been like that to you too? What do you guys think?
so on the fire extinguishers, that's something, the fire department fire extinguishers they're not being serviced by anybody, Centos included. The only time the fire department had anything done with fire extinguishers was they had a separate outside company come in and fill them after like a fire extinguisher training. So, yeah, our fire extinguishers aren't being serviced like they should be too, so.
And to be able to fund that, you'd have to get some certain equipment, right?
Yeah, we'd need some tools and stuff, very minimal on that.
I'm in favor of going ahead with the job description and approving it and allowing him to post for the position.
And you said you had a fire board meeting and everybody was.
Yeah, the fire board was on board with it and approved it. So like I said, other than that one change about the training, any training that they receive, if they quit, then they would like to have it paid back.
It says down here in the bottom note, it says the addition of this position, which I believe you're talking about the fire extinguishers or inspection of fire department vehicles and equipment. I guess you'd have to need 2 more full-time employees, it says, to perform the maintenance and.
No, this would allow like myself and this second position.
Oh, okay, just that's what it, okay.
Yeah, so we'd have 2 full-time people.
Gotcha, not beyond what, okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine, sorry. Yeah, I'm in favor of it also.
So the main thing on this is I'm just asking that this be a salaried position and not an hourly position.
Jim, what do you think?
I'm fine with it.
So what do we have to do? Gary, what do we need to do here? Are we writing a new job description? He puts it out for open, or do you have, what's our next step?
You're going to, I think you'll authorize him to get with David's office and advertise for somebody to be hired for that position based on that job description.
And David, maybe, is this something we put out for 2 weeks or a determined amount of time? Or until position filled? Okay. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'm just asking permission to put this position out for hire.
I'll make a motion that we approve the job description for the assistant fire chief as presented, and give Randy and David the ability to publish for the job.
I'll second. Any more discussion on it? Motion been moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
I'd definitely just reach out to Cintas though and try to get a step ahead of that because sometimes they're a little difficult, so.
No problem. You guys have anything else for me? All right, thank you.
Randy. Okay. Right.
Kevin?
Good morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Just to start with, I guess to support local firehouse, we're having to consider a contract for our fire extinguishers at Justice and in our patrol cars and stuff like that. So we really appreciate the commission taking action on that because quite frankly, Justice and patrol cars and stuff like that, that's at least a couple $1,000s a year to have those serviced. So
You guys aren't through the county Centos contract, are you?
no, when we moved from 107 over to the Justice Center, we canceled that contract because it was just very expensive, and we've been looking at who to go with next. So sounds like maybe there's a plan in action that would assist with that. We appreciate it, and we'd be more than happy to help if there were some costs there that we needed to help pick up through my office as well. So thank you. As for the numbers, total inmates, 48, had 9 releases last week. We have 33 farmed in. 911 calls was 101 last week. Total jail contact was 3,912. Had 445 calls for service. Had 5 civil service, 2 VIN inspections, 16 new cases open, 5 cases closed. Had 3 vehicle crashes this past week that our office worked. SROs had spring break. One thing to report, though, for the SRO division, Justin Post, who has worked in the jail for the last few years, came out of the jail. Today's his first day back in the school resource program. So he's currently in training and will be going to the academy probably within the next month or so. Bailiffs division, they had 219 people in the front door that they checked this week, 27 calls for services. They had 7 livestock out reports this past week. And this last week, we also had a fire marshal's inspection at the Justice Center. We came through that inspection with no deficiencies. And then we also had a K-Camp or risk insurance inspection this past week. And they'll be making a report up to send to David as to the condition of the building and things like that for the risk assessment there. So I think that's all I have. If Commission has any questions for me.
I got one. Here a while back when the 6th district judges came in, they talked about utilizing that second courtroom more often. Will you have to get another bailiff on your payroll?
Well, I think there's some argument for it. It might be something that we have to look at in the 24 budget, but right now we're doing okay. When we have 2 courtrooms in session, it's a day or 2 a week right now. So, I'd kind of like to keep assessing that as the courts get opened back up and see, because we have 2. We have one at the front door all the time and then one that floats courtroom to courtroom. So I guess the answer is I can't really answer it right now. I'd like to assess that a little bit more. Probably by, June budget time, we might have a little bit more information, but right now we're getting along okay. I think that there would be and I think where the argument would probably come from for it more than myself even would probably be our district judge. They feel rather secure when they have law enforcement in the courtroom. And they do a lot of other things for the court when they are in that position. So, but I really don't know. I think today we're okay. But I think as you guys see the numbers come up for people coming in the front door throughout the week, it wasn't that long ago we were at 40, 50, 60, and now we're up over the 200 range that are coming in. So I think as the courts get moving more and more, which we will see that, that might be something in time that we will need to do. Right now, either myself or the undersheriff, we go over and supplement that some throughout the day. So if there's a heavy court docket at 1, or sometimes it'll be 9 in the morning, sometimes 1 in the afternoon, sometimes 3, depending on those dockets, we kind of get over there ourselves and help with that project too. So We'll probably know more by June once the courts get moving quicker, I would think.
I don't know.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Missy?
I gave you some papers this morning. The first one is just our activity report. We had 68 in the door last week for services. The second one is just some information for you. It's our kindergarten immunization rate for Linn County based on schools, on how we're doing on immunizations. Trying to get them in there and get it, get them caught up after COVID. The next one is approved expenditures that have been bought with the grants that are left over, the COVID grants. They're just some ideas for you guys to kind of look at and see what we need to purchase or would like to purchase.
This is just what other counties have done.
Yeah, it's broken down by county. The next one is ideas. This one splits it out into the grants that we have. So it lets you know what we can use the money for on each grant. And then the last one is just a Senate bill that's going before, for the state of Kansas. And it is, not supported. We don't want to see it pass because it's talking about stripping authority from the local public health officer. So the local public health officer would have no say anymore. And I don't know when it's going to go up for vote. They send me emails on it every now and then. So that is all I have, mainly just information for you guys. Any questions?
I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you, Missy.
Jessica?
Good morning, Jessica Hightower. I am filling in for Sean today. He's on vacation this week. That's the cost summary by task for February. We have a walkthrough scheduled at Mima's for 4 o'clock on Wednesday. Sean will be there along with Randy Page, and they'll walk through to try to determine if that building would be appropriate for the senior center. On the 17th, Sean and Randy walked through the old district court and the old county attorney office, and Sean will be able to report on that next week when he gets back. Sherry's here this morning. She's got bids for the park house remodel, the docks, the swimming area, and the lagoons that we put out for bid for. She's going to bring them to you. We are going to ask that you open them, read them, and then hand them back for us to qualify and make sure all the bids were done as we asked. And then we'll bring them back to you again to go through them. The part for the Pleasanton Senior Center heater is supposed to be in today. As Sheriff said earlier, K-Camp walked through the buildings and did their inspection. We will update you guys when we get the report back on that. The sign truck went through its yearly inspection, and the repair estimate was $4,728.43. And we're going to be working on scheduling the repairs for that soon. I will need 5 minutes of legal, please. And I also have hay bids to open.
You have to.
Hey, bids.
What tracks is this on?
Okay, did you tell them about the issue that I found?
One of the bids one of the tracks that she put up for bid is actually not scheduled for this year.
So the Pleasanton Industrial Park, I looked at that contract wrong. It's not up for bid this year. It was supposed to be the,
So any
landfill.
bids that apply to that would just tossed out. We're not rebidding it this year.
And that was the industrial.
industrial park at Pleasanton, yeah.
Was that
Which one?
the industrial park in Pleasanton?
It's 163. So these bids should be for the landfill, the airport, and the industrial park in Lacine. And if you want to read them and hand them back to me, I can compile them all and we can look at them either later today or next week, whatever you guys prefer.
Couple of these came in by email, so Jessica sealed them in an envelope so that they were segregated and that's
How do you go about it if they're just bidding one of them?
They can bid any or all, so they don't have to bid all.
Oh, they don't. Okay.
So we need to read these out loud.
This one is an email one that you sealed, and it doesn't have anything as far as the bid.
Well, I can read this one from Chad Gorman. And one for the airport. Let's see here. Bid submitted for $1,650 for the 2023 crop year rent on 22 acres of crop land near the county landfill in Prescott. And then he also has, I would bid $2,100 for 1 year lease for the 70 acres of hay ground at the airport.
How much?
$2,100. And $1,650 for the 22 acres of cropland near the county landfill.
How many acres is at the airport?
70.
70?
I can put them all in a spreadsheet so that they can all be just right in front of you.
Okay.
I got one for, it looks like it's just the 70 acres at the Linn County Airport from Charles Bright for $2,750. And then this one looks like it's for the airport only too. Linda Conley, 3,500.
Okay, I've got Umpenauer Farms with a hay bid for the airport at $3,753. And then a bid from Dalton McGinnis for $32 an acre on the 70 acres at the airport.
Do you want me to get it back to you today? It won't take me very long to do that if you'd like to see it all today. Okay.
I think that'd be good.
I also received a burial permit this morning from Peoples for our ARPA project. Mike is looking at that. He's going to get back with me. If he does before the meeting's over, I'd like to have you all look at that so we can get that going as well.
That's for the road crossings where they're.
Yes, for the ARPA project. It is 2,000 road from Giroux to 1077. But I haven't heard back from Mike to make sure that they're all in the right spot yet. So when I do, I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have anything else for me at the moment?
I don't know.
I don't.
I don't.
Okay.
Do you want to do that, 5 minutes now or?
I can do it whenever.
You guys want to go into her 5 minutes and then we can come back and do, listen to what Sherry has for us?
Fine.
I'll make a motion that we go in executive session for 5 minutes with Jessica for legal.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
was no action from executive session. Sherry?
Good morning, Sherry Loveland, Linn County Park. I guess I just start by passing out these bids to you guys. The docks, the boat slips were not an RFP. We thought they would come in below 25,000. One of them is sealed and one is not because he just sent me an email, so.
Christmas.
Where are you gonna spend money?
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, let's do that.
I have the one from Krantz Docks, Climax Springs, Missouri for price of $39,500.
I guess these are all
So he's got
marina.
dock replacements. He just sent multiple copies.
What'd you say that again? Oh, your dock?
For the docks, for the uncovered boat docks for $39,500.
This one is a proposal for the marina dock replacement from Wade Remodeling. Total cost for the entire project, $65,000. The dock replacement or the remodel.
The boat slips.
Bring Jimmy's back to you and let you guys qualify him.
Thank you. Excuse me. This one's for the swim beach. Basically, it's for engineering firm to draw out the plans to do the swim beach. It's not the actual doing of the swim beach.
In Missouri. County Commissioner, yeah.
Anybody else want one? There's plenty there.
And this is just engineering, you said, right?
This is the engineering of the swim beach.
The way I read this, it's got the construction costs and the project, the total project cost? Is that
Which one's that from?
Fall Valley?
Yeah, I don't think he talked to me, but we'll probably just have to. I don't know what we'll do on that. Does he have the design separately on that? The design of the
There's a
swim.
design survey, civil design, and everything. The total soft cost is 50,500.
Okay. I would say the design is what we're after. The part of it that's.
The other one has design services and construction phase services.
Oh, he talked to me. He knew what he was bidding on. That's
Yeah,
unusual.
this is his design bid, and
Right,
this is estimate of the cost.
Construction cost. So
So
Fall
right
Valley
now-
Engineering, the total soft costs is 50,500.
Phelps Engineering's bid is broke down design services of 43,632, construction phase services of 10,394 for a total of $55,026. Phelps. PEI.
If it's just strictly, I mean, pretty much earthwork, is there any, I guess they'd probably,
It's putting in a parking lot, leveling off from the water level up for the swim beach entrance. And that should be about it. So I asked for parking of about 50 cars because I thought some of the people would be possibly and most likely camping at the park if they go swimming. So some of them may or may not drive cars down. They may walk. And then the swim beach with safety features, including setting up the buoys and marking of the actual swimming area.
so are they gonna be doing the contract phase of it too, like e-bid meetings or do you know?
The construction part,
Yeah, are these engineering firms, are they gonna be the ones over?
well,
Or do you have to have a GC, or do you know?
yeah, we haven't gotten into detail on that. Sean had said we could probably use our own equipment to do the leveling down and clearing and all that with our own bulldozers or whatever we would use.
But what you were asking was, is the engineering firm, there, it says they're gonna do the pre-bid meeting, so.
It does?
That's all on this page right here. So they do the pre-bid meeting, the, pre-construction meeting.
Yeah, they were supposed to meet with Evergy to just talk about it.
Well, good, so they put it all out for bids and everything.
Mm-hmm.
We'll turn these back in, you guys take a look at them and.
The next is for the round. Nice total remodel. Phase 3.
Wade Remodeling's cost proposal is $152,000.
Midwestern Construction Design is, 163,570. Did we design the scope of work for these? Or did they come in and
So we designed what?
the scope of work for what we want done in the house?
I did on the RFP.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if any of you are interested, but if any of you want to come and walk through that house, you're welcome to come up and look at it. It's pretty, it needs a lot of work. All right, next is the dredging and desludging of the wastewater lagoons. I'll let you look at them first.
Took the term sealed literally, didn't you?
Yeah.
When's the last time this was done?
It's never been done.
Is that not regulated like KDHE or anything like that?
That's what that's separate. A gentleman named Charlie Schwindeman is coming in April. He was supposed to come in March, but he moved it forward. He's with Kansas Rural Water Association, and he will measure the sludge in the ponds. So I think most of the bids probably tell you, per feet, or whatever it is, cubic yards, however they measure that, how they're bidding for cost for how much. But he will be up to measure the sludge, and then we will know further if it even has to be desludged and how much has to be removed. Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Jason Schmitz, came up on Friday. That's what I learned on Friday. He went around and inspected it, and he said if nothing else, there's erosion around the ponds that has to be repaired either with compacted soil or riprap. And he said it is possible that it may not even be deep enough that it has to be done right now. So we will see on that once Charlie Schwindeman from KRWA comes up and measures the sludge.
It's just an estimate on how much sludge there is in that too, with this A1 pump. is what
That's all that's on there? Okay.
They've got an estimate of 4 feet.
Who is that, A1?
Yeah,
Okay.
estimating 3.5 and estimating 2 feet.
In each of those ponds, all three, there's three ponds there.
Three, that's what it
Okay.
estimated each, that's different level in each one of them.
Hmm.
So Nutraject Systems, Inc., out of Hudson, Iowa. Their lagoon cleaning, hauling, and land application is $174,800.
A1 pump and jet service, theirs is 135,700 with an estimate on, different estimate on each one of the cells.
It's the total 130?
35,700.
135, okay.
This one is Hodge Farms and Dredging. They got the dredge, desludge, and repair of Linn County sewer lagoons for $180,000, $165. That covers flood removal, land application, and permitting.
What, there was 3?
Yep,
You got one or something?
it was in there.
Okay.
No,
He's got that one, I think, yeah.
then he had one at very bottom.
A1 is there. I guess we have to determine how deep they are first, then, don't we, as far as what the bids are gonna be.
Well, or again, the guy from KDHE said it's possible they won't even need to be done, so.
Okay.
But again, the erosion will still have to be taken care of. So,
And who's going to determine that? Is it the guy from KDHE? We're not going to let the
the guy
contract.
from Kansas Rural Water Association,
Okay, he's-
Charlie Schwindman, he'll be here in April. Like I said, he was supposed to be there in March this month, but he had to move me up. so. Anything else you guys have? Or any questions?
I don't have,
Okay.
Me neither.
thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
You got something else?
I've got those bids all put together for you. I highlighted the highest one, which I believe is the way we do that for the hay leases.
And your recommendation is we go with?
The higher, yeah.
The highest bid for the landfill was for the 23 let's see, 23 acres for $1,650. And for the 70 acres of hay ground from Umpenire Farms for $53.61 per acre for a total of $3,753.
I'll make a motion that we go with, or Up in Our Farms for the airport at the $3,753 and Chad Gorman for the landfill at $1,650.
I'll second that motion.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And I also heard back from Mike about this burial permit. He says that it's all fine. So he's good with them going forward. It's permit number BP 2023-01 for People's Telecom. I would like to waive the fee on this because it's an ARPA project, so it's ours anyway.
What was the number again?
BP 2023-01.
So that means they're started on their project.
They're supposed to start today, and he says it'll take 2 weeks
Do I need to abstain?
for this part of the project to be done.
Where's Quitcom on?
Board of directors for
I haven't heard from them lately. I'll try to reach out this week and see if they can give us an update or come talk to you guys or something.
I didn't know you were.
I'm going to abstain from this vote as I'm on the board of directors for People's Telecom.
Thank you.
Can you say that number one more time? Sorry.
BP 2023-01.
Dash 01. I'll make a motion that we approve that burial BP 2023-01 for People's Telecommunication.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. We have one abstaining.
Okay. So that has 3 signature lines for you all, and then David. And I will be, you guys are going to be sick of me today. I will be back at 11 with SEK RPC. They're coming to discuss a grant with us.
You give me a copy of Gorman's bid and up there bid,
Yes.
so I can do the,
Yes. Sign that.
yeah.
Okay, I need a couple copies. Yes.
Does anybody have any questions on these tasks that you gave us? I guess you can answer if I have anything. This is Sean Dill, isn't it?
I can answer. I can try. So does Jason just not sign that?
I'm sorry?
Does Jason not sign it since he abstained, or does he sign it?
I would not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go right on time. You got anything? All right, come on.
Darren Wilson, Planning and Zoning Director. I went out Tuesday and talked to Sugar Valley on the abatement. They agreed to provide all the labor for that, so we started the abatement on the 15th. We provided the dumpsters and the dump, and they provided all the labor for it. Sean, as soon as we get the numbers back on the tonnage of it and the cost, we'll come back next week with that. And
Deal.
the only other thing I've got, tentatively, we're looking at April 27th for a public hearing on the zoning regulations and the subdivision regulations.
What was that date again?
April 27th.
And that's a public hearing in the Planning and Zoning Commission setting. It's not here. I mean, it's here, but it's not in this meeting.
Well, it may not be here. I'm working on a bigger place to get maybe the auditorium at Lacine or at Prairie View. Just in case we need space.
Back to that, Sugar Valley though, are we just, did we just waive the fees for the dump of that?
Well, it's us doing it, so. I mean,
So it doesn't go on the dumpster fee or anything like that?
no, there's no fees to waive because we're doing it ourselves. I mean,
Oh, okay.
even though they're providing the labor, we're actually doing the demo or so I don't think there's any need to waive fees.
Anything else?
Nope, anything for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Joey, I think we're ready for you, if you're ready.
All right, sure.
This is Jason, I don't know if you met Jason yet.
Hey, Jason.
Jason
Nice
Hightower.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Joey. Thank you.
I'm great. Good to see you.
So what this comes down to is, and we've talked about it before, taking federal prisoners. And there is a very big cash benefit, but it's going to require cash outlay for new guards, new staff. And so I'm going to go quickly through the calculations on this, and you guys can determine whether I move forward or not. So beginning at the top, the total bonds we issued was $17.3 million. The county contributed $3.1 million in cash for a total of $20,415,000. Now, the reason those are broken out like that, you'll see in a minute. You are allowed, so the total number of beds is 96. So we are allowed, without doing anything, to take 10 prisoners. It doesn't change anything. We can take them all day long. 10 prisoners, or 10%, if you will, of whatever we do. So that's 9.6 prisoners, and I bear with me on the half of people. Now, since we contributed 15% of the total cash, we can use that, which works out to be 14.58 prisoners. So total allowable federal inmate prisoners without any type of refinancing of our current debt works out to be 24 prisoners, or 20, works out to be about 25%, 25.18%. I reduced it to 23 because it makes our attorneys feel better, our bond attorneys feel better. Gary, I don't think cares at all. So bonded, we issued the bonds on June 12th of 19. We did not open until, we didn't take a federal prisoner until 12/1 of 22. That's 3.47 years. So we could, in fact, take up to 80 prisoners this year, 79.8 prisoners this year, without doing anything, because you get the cumulative benefits of those 10 of the 25%, the 24 prisoners a year. Yes, sir.
Does that continue, or is that
No, that's
just in
so.
for this year?
So I backed it up, and so I said, okay, we didn't take 23 prisoners in 2018 or 1920. We didn't take, and so it accumulates. But as soon as we use them up, we're done, and then we go back
But
to
I mean, going forward,
we can do the 23 prisoners going forward every year.
and 24, we can still count into that if we're not meeting those.
That's right. We could, if all of a sudden we took 12 this year, we would then say, okay, we could do another half, another 12 or another 13, cumulative.
Okay,
Now,
thank you.
what that works out to be is you have you've contracted with the federal government to take 40 prisoners. The additional cost, and this I believe is high, but Sheriff will tell me. I said, okay, you need at least 4 additional staff members to take on the additional prisoners, the additional inmates. And so 75, I did 50,000 plus 25 in benefits, and that works out to be $75,000 per new staff member. Now, I suspect that's high. You know, I took 50 and I added 25 in benefits. I suspect you won't have to go that high in benefits. You may not have to go that high in salary. But right now, everything is expensive and attracting people is expensive. So you currently have 12 federal prisoners. And so what I've done is I said, okay, I'm going to stop and say, right now that's in the budget. We're operating at a break even within our budget with the 12 federal prisoners. And so I don't want to look at that. I don't care about those 12. But we have an opportunity to take on 28 more federal prisoners. And if we take on 28 more federal prisoners, it's going to cost us $300,000 more to have the staff to take it. So if you get $88 a day per federal prisoner. So 88 works out to be $32,120 per prisoner per year. Now, if you take the additional 28 additional inmates, that's almost $900,000, $899,360. Now, but then, of course, we have the cost of the staff. That's 4 new staff members at $75,000 each. That's $300,000. So your annual potential gain before refinancing, and I misspelled refinancing, before refining bonds, is roughly $600,000. Now, we don't have to refinance all of our debt. And the reason you have to refinance debt is because it becomes federal income. And if you take more than the 23, you have to restructure your debt from tax exempt to taxable. So we would have to we'd have to refinance $2.7 million in rough numbers, new debt. So the bonds outstanding, amount required to be refinanced, 15% of the amount outstanding. There are expenses, so that's why it says 2.5, and I mentioned 2.7. The average annual increase in payments would be just under $40,000. $39,407.62 would be the increase in interest cost we're currently paying. So over the life of the bonds that we would refinance, and I refinance from 23 to 29, so that is seven years, but it's really 6.5. But that would be a total cost of $275,000. So if you take that $600,000 in bold, you have to drop out the first year cost of $275,000, and so the net benefit in year one, when you do this, when you refinance, when you have to bring in your 28 additional prisoners, your net benefit is going to be $323,506. There will be, and it's just because I don't know enough about the cost of each prisoner, there's going to be some additional cost, but you are very far ahead of the game year one. Over the 7-year benefit, again, based on 28 prisoners, it looks like there's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.9 million in additional income.
Over and above.
Over and above. Over and above the 300,000. There's going to be more cost than that 300,000. I think I'm being conservative at 300,000 new staff. There is going to be repairs when you bring in federal prisoners. There's going to be other things that I just can't account for. But you're
meals.
Yeah, no,
we'll have other expenses.
There
from
will
that
be
standpoint.
right. There absolutely, but we are pretty far ahead of the game.
So
After-
realistically, 3 million? I mean, is that,
3.9 million. $3,919,666. And if you decided, okay, let's reduce that and say there's going to be an extra 100,000 a year because of those prisoners in meals, et cetera, then you're still dollars and cents ahead. Now, just a quick explanation. The page on the other side, this is the new debt, and the reason I chose refinancing the earliest years is because it has, on the old bonds, it has the highest interest. The old bonds, and so your new bonds roughly, I'm using 6%. I think it would be less, but it might be right there at 6%. So using that number, our existing portion is the light blue in the middle. And then you can see I just subtracted the principal and interest from one, and that's what it ends up. That includes all expenses of that debt issuance. So that is a true number, 275,000. Now that final column, using a 6% present value, which I think is a good number, it just says, what is the 275,000 in today's dollars? And it's 231,000, but I just suggest ignoring that and say it's going to cost you 275,000 in more payments over between 2023 and 2029.
So even though we couldn't pay off the bonds early right now, you can still refinance.
Yeah, what we have to do is create an escrow that pays the principal and interest. Now, one of the benefits, there's no benefit of it's a cost. It's just going to cost. But yes, we can pay it out. We escrow the principal and interest payments between now and 2029. We put that in the bank. The escrow actually earns interest. Right now, short-term interest rates are doing great. They're earning 3.5% to 4.5%. So, and we buy an escrow that matches those payments. They're done with something called state and local government securities. I'm sure you've heard of them. They're nicknamed slugs, but they are government securities.
Now, if we take in money like this, does it change the bonds on down the road? Because we take in more government money each time. Does it change bonds again later?
The reason I use the minimum is if you decide to go over 40, then yeah, we would have to refinance more. But 40 is I think a good number. Taking on a total of 40 prisoners or a total of 28, because I come in and I say, okay, here's what we can do at 40. I'm going to use that number and refinance just that portion. I don't want to go in and refinance again and again. It doesn't make any sense. Now, if you said, hey, we want to take 80 prisoners, well, then I'd have to double the amount we refinance. But unless you guys say, unless Kevin says, I want to take 80 prisoners, 40 prisoners seems like a reasonable amount. You can take as many federal prisoners as you want that are available. And Sheriff, can you if you had 4 additional staff members, could you take on full 96?
Well, we would always stay at 85, 90% capacity, so we would have capacity.
Right. But could you handle that many with 4 additional?
Yes.
So, and the only reason I ask that is because if you can go to 90% of your amount, 40 can be contracted. But if he's taking them every day, more than that, that doesn't count against you. As long as you have not contracted to take it. He can take any prisoner from anywhere. If it's a federal prisoner and it's contracted, there's a contractual agreement, then we have to worry about our structure and worry about the refinancing. As long as, he can take in his 35 and 5 male, female prisoners that he is contracted to take. But if all of a sudden they said, hey, can you take 20 more? That doesn't change our bonds. We won't have to do anything to our bonds.
Well, why does it change it then if we're set, what we're set at now? Why can't we take them up with the same type of deal?
You need, first of all, you have a contract for 40 and you're good. You don't have to worry about anything for 2 years if you take the full 40. So we're in good shape. We're not, if it starts to worry me, I'll be the first one here saying, hey, look out. You have a contract. You should adjust it. It's a 4-year contract. Probably should adjust it. Interest rates probably are going to go up, but who knows? But above and beyond that, you still need 4 new staff members. If let's say there was no contract in place and he's still bringing in 60 federal prisoners, it'll be a cash cow. We won't have to change our financing at all, but you will have to have 4 new staff members.
Right.
Kevin, how long is your federal contract for 40? 4 years. Do you feel like if we don't start fulfilling that might be pulled from us to go somewhere else?
No, I don't believe so. I think we got, I think we'll probably be at 40 inmates toward the end of this year or first of, first quarter of next year. I would say we'd probably be pretty easy to get there because there's a load of inmates out there. They're looking for housing. I just had to start slow just because of where we're at.
Right, but if we tell them that we can't, that we don't have the staff members to take them, do you feel like that they'll just go contract with Coffee County that's just been in jail or whatever?
Well, I think those jails will probably receive a contract anyway, just due to the number of inmates that are currently available. And two, keep in mind that what Mr. McClain is talking about are federal inmates. We still have, today I have 20 Wyandotte counties in, I have a KDOC in, and a city in as well.
The Wyandotte County works out to be about $67 a day. So it's not quite the benefit. But, right now, the concern and what you should think about from my point of view is, let's say this, and I've seen it before in this industry. It's not the tree that grows to the sky. And everybody's thinking, oh, all these federal prisoners, and they no longer can have these private jails, and so we're just getting, and you're gonna get this benefit. But you have to recognize, let's say year 3 comes along, and new administration says, no, we're doing private prisons again. You're gonna have competition. You have to decide, can we let go 2 employees? And that's what it's gonna come down to. Can we let go 3, the 4 that you have? If all of a sudden your income cuts in half, you need to adjust. Yeah, the principal and interest is not a concern. Your debt payments are not a concern. Your sales tax is taking care of it comfortably. So that you'll make your payments. You have to adjust staff, and if you're comfortable doing that, this seems to make sense from where I'm standing.
So how far are we from needing more employees? I guess where I'm going is we could be taking in twice this many right now
Yes.
and still be within our
Oh, yeah.
requirements. Would that require more employees just to get to that many more prisoners?
To fulfill their contract, I mean, in the 2024 budget, I will ask for 4 people in the jail to fulfill this contract.
I just wondered if there was any analysis done on if we tried to stay within the bond requirements without refinancing, but took the maximum prisoners we could, how much money would we bring in that?
So, easy enough. Take off this year, take off the additional, you could take off the 275,000, but it's really take off the 39,000 for 2 years or for a year. And so we just wouldn't, your annual potential gain, if you don't hire, after in hiring with no refinancing, is 600,000 in year 1. 599, 360. And and you asked the analysis, same question I asked. I said, can you take on the other prisoners? He said, I can't take on additional prisoners until I get 4 new staff.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's what it came down to. If you had the 4 staff members now, Sheriff, could you take on them tomorrow? The addition?
Yes.
Okay, so to me, that's just cash out there to be grabbed. As long as you're comfortable saying, if all of a sudden these dry up, if everybody starts walking the line, which is unlikely, especially going into a recession, you guys are leaving money on the table.
My question is on, you were talking about the long-term interest rate situation. We're going to incur more cost by changing our bonds over, but you're saying that there's a possibility that changing them over now would be more beneficial than waiting?
They're going to raise interest rates probably this week to prove that they're fighting inflation.
Right.
If the market stabilizes, and the Federal Reserve has really one tool, and that's lowering interest rates. It feels like we're heading into a recession. By definition, we're already in a recession. Feels like we're heading into a recession. The key tool the Federal Reserve have is interest rates. And so if after they get inflation under control, if they can get inflation under control, what they do is lower interest rates. That's why I kept it short. If in 6.5 years, rates are lower, we'll come in and we'll refinance and it'll save money. And that's the only reason we would do it, is if it saved money.
You think we're looking at another 50 points this week?
25 because of SVB Bank and Credit Suisse. Maybe, but I think it's 25. But I think inflation has not slowed. And so I think they have to keep
Bumping rates.
bumping rates.
Now, was this total bond? Our bond was not, I thought it was 19 million when we started. Was it just 17?
Bond's 17.
17.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, we spent more than, I mean, we're spending the 20 on the project, but we had money set
Right.
aside to help with that.
So at the end of the day, is your professional opinion that we need to utilize this to the fullest right now?
If you're comfortable, yes. If you're comfortable saying in a year or 2 or 3 or 4, we might have to release staff. We might have to lay off staff. The numbers seem to me, pure math, to make sense.
We've invested $20 million over there, and we're not getting our full return on it.
I agree. Kevin, you got anything you want to add?
A lot from Joey on that too, so that's, that's why I appreciate Joey and Max taking care of this project for us and, educating us so we have an idea as to where we should go. Because, do we need to look at renegotiation of the contract? We can do that every 12 months. Do we want to, maximize where we're at? Those are questions that I feel the community needs to take part in too. And, if there's a net gain out of it, maybe it's something we should be doing. But, I think the inmates are there, based on, everything that marshals are telling me. They'd like us to take more, because they have way too many up at USP right now anyways. It's a project that I think as a community, we need to look at to maximize the benefit.
And I will tell you, I hate the idea of refinancing a dynamite interest rate bond, going from tax exempt to taxable. It just hurts, except it's what we have to do. I like having the 40 because it's a small percent. It's a small number under contract. Because we have the 25% from the original structure, the 10 and the 15. So going up doesn't cost us very much, and it should pay for itself. I would love to see over the next year, so I don't have to do it again, I would love to see, if you got those 4 additional staff, that you bring in the 40 under contract, but you also bring in an additional 20 federal prisoners. That will prove itself. That'll pay for itself. If you could bring in as many, absolutely get up to the 80 to 90%, you'll kill it. And we won't, as long as we don't have a contractual agreement past the 40, if you can consistently bring in an additional 10 or 20 federal prisoners, it'll pay for itself and it'll start paying for a lot of other things. And maybe down the road, you'll say, hey, they want us to contract for 80. Well, then we'll have to revisit refinancing. But if you guys make it easy.
We'll have to keep some room for ourselves though, right?
Agreed.
What, how much do you think that is, Kevin? I mean, how many?
Right now we're running anywhere in the 20, 30 range. So, as long as we're staying there, because here's the deal, financially, if we look at this and we look at federal inmate, they're $20 a day more per diem. So it could behoove us to do that, but we also, with dealing with other counties in the state, we also have some diversity for safety. And those things interest me as well to, just like Mr. McCliney said, if in a couple of years we have a new administration and they bring back private prisons, we want to be able to have diversity where we can hold for KDOC, or we can hold for Wyandotte County or Johnson County, or places like that. So I hate to give away our diversity and have them going somewhere else. If we can, I say it this way, but keep them on the hook, with housing some of their inmates, I think it's very safe that way. And Joey might argue that because there's more dollars in federal. But that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Well, you're 67 for non-local, right? For Wyandotte, $67.
$67.50, and I have 20 of them.
So that's, I mean, that it's not 88, but it's still pretty better than what for local. I mean, local,
I
you're
don't bother anything with her.
no, and it's those are as available, really.
That's right.
There's no contract, so you're not doing. It's not a. What they don't want is a for-profit business, and if you were going to do a for-profit business, you have to go to taxable bonds, and so 40 prisoners is your for-profit sort of business, and then opportunity says the numbers are right to do this. You're not really a for-profit because you're going to use that profit for everything else in the county.
What are we billing right now? 70,000 a month? Average?
Yeah, on average 70. Last month, of course, was a short month. February, it's a short month, so, we'll have a 31-day this month, so we'll probably bill 73, 4, somewhere in there.
And we should be, I mean, if we were maximizing, we could do what, 150?
Would be around that number, yes.
What do you guys think? You got any questions?
I've asked mine.
Jim, you got anything?
I don't have anything to do.
So what's your timeline on making a decision on this?
I think we need to utilize it. I mean, I think we don't have a whole lot of options here. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me. I mean, I think we should do everything in our power to make it happen as soon as possible.
Mike's wanting to know if he can ask a question.
Oh, Mike, do you have a question?
Well, this is kind of about the dynamics of this. And so if you take these federal prisoners and they tell you that the owner of the money has to pay taxes on that bond, am I understanding that right?
That's correct. Yeah, it's taxable.
So why do they not just tax the entity that's earning the money off?
The county
Yes.
probably comes to a sovereignty issue, but Gary might be able to answer that better than I am.
Can't tax government.
Yeah, federal government can't tax a sovereign entity like a county or a state. But they will tax the investor. What I will do is I will move it forward to a point where you'll have to make the decision to authorize the issuance of the bonds. We'll have the bond attorneys move things forward, and it won't cost anything. So if you change your mind, if the market changes, if everything turns upside down, you can say no. And you won't get a bill. So I can move it forward if you would want me to. It's just a matter of time. But the bond attorney, as long as you don't ask them to come to a meeting, they won't charge you anything. And I can work as their paralegal. So I can move it forward to the point where you'll have to authorize the issuance of the refinancing to set this up. We'll know the interest rates, or you'll authorize the issuance. We'll go to market. We'll put them out for bid as a taxable bond. And then that'll come back and it'll be, here's where we are. Do you want to keep going?
How long do you think that'll take? I mean,
I could do it in under 60 days. Sheriff, can you get people employed in that amount of time?
Well, that's kind of a different issue. I mean, because that's going to be,
Yeah.
I'm talking about, some budget
Sure.
issues and things like that. So I would say at this point, no, I wouldn't be able to come up with more.
I don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse. I mean, we want to do this, but I don't want to you guys won't notice the increase in debt. It's $40,000 a year. The sales tax can comfortably handle it. but you do need to get those employees in there so you can get those prisoners in there so you can get the income in there.
Kevin, what's your starting range for a jailer?
15 per hour.
And that's not too competitive with our surrounding counties?
We've talked about that, and it's really not, but that's where we're at.
But if we keep it at 1559, we're not gonna be getting anyone anytime soon, probably.
It'd take a while to find 4 more people to bring in, train them, and have them ready to go.
So that's 32.5 a year.
What do you believe is a good starting rate for a jailer to be competitive with surrounding counties so you can get applicants?
You know, I feel like if we look at what's going on around us, you know, I've had people leave and go other places, and everybody else is at 1559 rate. Everybody else is $3 and $4 an hour more than that. That's been my battle. And I don't know that Linn County needs to be at a $4 an hour more rate. I'm not saying that, I'm just telling you what's around us. And I think with what you guys are talking about for employee compensation over the last month or two, I think that's a good start at, you know, making progress on that. So I think if we just continue moving forward at that rate, I think we're going to feel, you know, I think it's going to go much better.
Okay. And David, we would be bumping the 25,000 on benefits. Is that correct?
Depending on what benefits they take, we could easily get that. That's gonna be looking at the individuals and if they take family coverage or single or where they're at.
That 300,000 sounds like I was conservative, but I would suggest that if you're bringing somebody in at 18 an hour, everybody else is going to say, whoa, 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 I need 18 too. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's right. So I'm just going to say that 300 it might be dead on because of the additional expenses countywide.
Any more questions for him?
I don't.
Anybody have any questions? Joe, I appreciate you and your son
Thank you,
coming in
Joe.
to us. And,
Should I move it forward?
I mean, I'm in favor.
I am too.
If it's not gonna hurt nothing in the end, I mean, like you said, I'm in favor of it.
Jim, you okay me moving it forward?
Don't cost anything. I'm here to listen.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Am I up next?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I believe so. We don't, yeah, that's fine.
Is there any way that we could make that live up there, or
Yep.
might be easier?
Turn that off. I forgot, there's a little button right there.
I turned it on.
The switch at one point last week.
Oh, did you?
Right, so
That was because we
If
took
I
it back in
can-
the wrong spot.
I think if you, did you have that, what's it called, yeah, airdrop or whatever?
I don't know. I know I've done
Which one do you want to start with? The 2023 appraisal evaluation report?
yeah. Do you have it?
Yep.
Say, except, do I need to? Is there something I need to do
No,
on my end,
just,
guys?
just give me a second.
Okay. I'll just.
So is it, where do I put that in at? Where do I put that in at the code?
You got that? Pull that up right there.
There it is.
Yeah. Which one is it? Didn't, Commissioner's room didn't show up on that.
I had it in there.
Yeah, see, that's so.
Now I've got nothing.
You may have to shut it down and bring it back up.
Trying again.
Okay. 7280.
I'm right there with you, David. Lovely. Did in case you got another
Yeah.
I'm sure this would come in with Thank you for.
Trying. I need a minute still, sorry.
I understand. I'm dealing with some sinus and some fun too, so I did bring my water.
Kathy, do you want to sit down up here? There's a microphone up here. I can move some stuff if you want to sit, if it's going to be a long presentation.
It's going to be a little bit, yeah. I
You can
just
pull
want
a
to
chair
make
up and sit
sure.
down if you want.
That's awesome.
Here we go.
I appreciate that. Are you going to be the driver?
You want me to pass it to you? Yes, I'll drive for you,
Okay.
I think.
All right.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, can you hear me? So, my name is Kathy Bridges. I'm the county appraiser. And last year was my first year as actually developing values. And so Jim had actually asked me to come and talk. And so this year I was like, well, I'll just go ahead and make that happen because values did go out this past week. So I wanted you guys to be aware and the constituents be aware of kind of what our office does. So I like to put together kind of a valuation report just as an overview each year. The first slide here, I had basically we all, I think, feel like we've been on a roller coaster ride over the last several years. And so with inflation and the market the way it's been. So this, I just wanted to kind of give a market factor overview. Linn County real estate has continued to see issues related to supply and demand imbalances. Rising interest rates during the last year appear to have cooled off, which is good from what had been cooled off from what had been a soaring housing market as the local real estate market started to see a return to normalcy in the second half of 2022. The real estate market is now seeing properties sit for what would be considered a traditional amount of time before receiving an offer or slightly below asking prices compared to multiple offers above asking price after only a few hours on the market. I know a lot of people had that happen over the last several years as if you were on, trying to get a property on the from the market. There was multiple bids. They were putting timelines. They still are kind of putting timelines on those to where we'll take bids on, by such and such date, and multiple offers are coming in, but not as bad as the last couple years. Prices do, however, continue to increase along with interest rates. Many buyers are forced to buy smaller homes or homes in comparatively lower priced markets as incomes can't keep up. So that's what we're hearing now. So each time that interest rate kind of ticks up, it's a little bit more money out of the pocket for a payment. So people are looking at different price points. And so these affordable homes are becoming more valuable. Economics will teach us that there is a certain level of demand at each price point, which has unfortunately resulted in increased valuation for affordable homes. The Linn County Appraiser's Office will continue to monitor the local real estate market and react accordingly to the market activity that is taking place in Linn County when conducting analysis over the next year. One thing I want you guys to understand is that we have to use about 3 to 5 years worth of analysis. So when we look at valuing for 2023, we can't look after January 1 of 2023. What we have to do is look prior to reach that value. So we could look at statistics, and you'll see here in a little bit that I've tried to take, our office has tried to take some of that stuff into consideration as far as trends, but this report intends to offer more detail into the appraisal process and what has been observed in Linn County real estate market over the last calendar year. Overall, Linn County continues to see valuation growth in residential, commercial, ag markets. I should include in here vacant lots. We've seen an increase in vacant land, and several of our lake communities are experiencing more expanded growth, and I'll get into that in just a little bit. So I'm going to go into more of a market, but I kind of want, I know that you guys, this is probably a repeat for some of you, but I think it's important for the public to understand what our office does and kind of give an overview of what we do on an annual basis to get where we're at for the 2023. So our general overview starts with basically our duties. We discover, list, and value, and not only real property, but personal property for ad valorem tax purposes. We have annual processes and phases of valuation that we must conduct. Property must be reviewed and valued annually, and an appraisal date is effective as of January 1. So the valuations that just went out on real estate in this past week in March were actually an effective date of January 1, okay? Our oversight agency is the Kansas Department of Revenue, Property Evaluation Division. I am an appointed position, so my oversight, I have to speak to both the state and to the commission. So our oversight agency does both a procedural and a statistical compliance on us. And that's an annual review. I know that they were just in here earlier twice since I've been here on the valuations being a little low.
We weren't compliant, right?
Right, we weren't
We were low.
compliant. We were low, yes. And that was an important thing to remember too is we were low with even adding trends to those. And I'll get into trends here in a little bit. Orion is what we call our computer-assisted mass appraisal system, and the state mandates that we all use the same appraisal system, so we can't deviate from that appraisal system. When as soon as people get their value, they think, oh my goodness, then it equates to taxes, and it does. And so the work the appraiser's office does is just the starting point for the development of each year's property taxes. State law requires that we value as of January 1 of each year with real estate, and we have to do it with a market value. We'll talk about that a little bit too, as far as what those price points are that we're supposed to be hitting as far as percentages. But the only thing that does not get at market value is
agricultural land, and that's at a use value. And we'll talk about that a little bit later, but they, as indicated before, they make sure that we're doing our analysis, that we're in compliant with how we're doing that. And this county has had a few issues with a few procedural. We've gotten those improved over the last year, so we're excited about that. As far as the statistical, those haven't come yet for 2022s, but we have the 2021, which I'll be going over earlier. And that's what the state was on here before. So values are then certified to the county clerk's office. So it kind of takes a small permit to get a tax date to the tax statement part, but then David over here goes and he calculates an assessed valuation for all taxing units, and then he calculates mill levies for the budgets. So the budgets are needed for the various taxing districts, and those taxing districts, once those are complete, then he then certifies that tax roll to the treasurer's office. The treasurer's office then mails the property tax bills, processes payments of the property taxes, and distributes the collected funds to the appropriate local units of government, the school districts, the state government. So they do the distribution part. While our work can be stressful and sometimes controversial, I understand that, the values that the appraiser's office provides are very important in maintaining fairness and equity in the property tax system. I told you earlier that we have both real estate and we have both personal property. So I kind of want to overview how many parcels that we have. On the next slide here, we show there's what our parcel count is, and there's other classifications of properties. So we have an other classification, a not-for-profit. We have farmstead and agricultural. We have commercial. We have exempt properties. We have vacant land, and we have residential. The only properties that we don't take care of locally are we don't set the agricultural land values. Those are set by the state of Kansas. And then public utility values, we're not responsible for that. Those are done at the state, and those are given to the clerk's office after certification. So you can see that our biggest classification in real estate is vacant land. That's about almost 45% of our parcels. Those are typically lake lots, lots and lots of lake lots.
So when
that
you
we have.
value a lake lot, is it, so say there's a house on the water that costs you 300,000 or whatever,
Right.
and then 2 roads over, there's an empty lake lot. Is that sale price of that empty lake lot based on the house that was sold for 300?
No, it is not.
Comparable.
Those, yeah, I was gonna say
Closer to the lake, it doesn't, I mean,
yeah, I was gonna say, we actually just redid our land valuations this past year. That was one thing that we weren't compliant in previously as far as completely. So we actually redid, so we have totally redone the land analysis here in Linn County, but what we do is by location, and then we also use sales of like properties. So we also look at if they have utilities and if they don't. So that's a big difference. But ones on the lakefront are going to be a lot more valuable, and probably saw a lot of more increase this year than most other lots. But yes, and say we don't typically compare, a waterfront lot with another lot. It's based on kind of location and.
So we have a lot of sales on the secondary lots
Right. They're
at the tax sale, correct?
right, and those
And
are.
we use those as valid sales?
We do not use those. What we do is we're tasked with finding market values. So there's a lot of people that take those and then they resell them. So we actually value those on the open market transactions that take place. So, all right.
So, and you'll see that the residential is the next at 5,262. And then we do have a farm homestead, and that's typically a farm home site with agricultural and then our agricultural land parcels as well. Commercial, we just don't have a lot of commercial here. That is just 306 parcels. So if you go to the next one, so we have about 19,211 parcels.
Exempts all the government.
Right, exempt, which we'll talk about in a little bit, is government, churches. There's a lot of different entities that fall under that. So those are not taxable for as far as taxation purposes.
What would fall under other?
Other is there's a lot. Other is what typically doesn't fall under like a residential, any of these other classifications. So we have a lot of the homeowners associations under other. So we have airstrips under other, like personal airstrips. We have
Those don't fall under agriculture?
not necessarily just the airstrip itself, the mowed area that they maintain.
Do they fight you on that? And
I haven't been fought on that yet, but I mean, they can if they don't feel that. I did have a airstrip in one of the counties I was at that the Board of Tax Appeals did state it wasn't agricultural use. So that was back in the 2000s, I think. So yes. So there's just different properties, say that could fall under that. So most of them, I think 138 of them, because I just counted them, are homeowners association related. The next part that I want to talk about is once they get their real estate valuation notice, on the valuation notice, it will state that when those values, when you can appeal. If you don't agree, if you don't agree with the classification, if you don't agree with the value, that property owner does have the right to appeal. And so January 1 is the effective date. March 15th is when it was mailed out. April 14th, they have 30 days to file. We have to have all of our hearings done by May 15th. And we have to have all of our informals done out in the mail, result letters by May 20th. So you can see that it gets kind of the timelines are pretty back to back right now. And then we do have to get our values, and this is real estate and personal property, I'll talk about in just a second, is by June 1st. So we get those, I always like to do it a day or two early because in case Murphy shows up, you would just want to make sure that all systems are working and everything pushes over good. So take a drink real quick here. On our personal property overview, I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that we will be mailing our personal property valuation notices by May 1st. That's the deadline for those. And then the deadline to appeal those are May 15th. We have all kinds of different personal property. It goes commercial personal property. We have oil and gas. We have individual personal property such as ATVs, go-karts, trailers. And then the list goes on, watercraft. Manufactured homes that aren't on a permanent foundation fall under personal property. And then we do have renditions that were due March 15th. In the state of Kansas, if you it is a self-reporting state. I do know that legislature's looking now to reduce those penalties, but right now, for each month, it's 5% that there's late filing fees that stack up to a 50% non-filing. So I know some changes are coming forth on that, but not sure when it'll actually go into effect, if it's going to be next January. Our appraiser's office, we value over 9,000, almost 9,500 personal property items a year. So that's pretty significant. Personal property is a challenge, let's just put it that way. Effective January 1, the new law did take place. So I know I had talked to a few people about this, is that you guys have to sign off on the abatements, the adds and escapes. Well, there may be more this year, because if someone sells or gets a new property where it used to be as of January 1, a lot of properties that are under subclass 6, such as ATVs, trailers, different things, if they do contact us by the end of the year, they can, those can be prorated on and off. Or before, only watercraft could, now it's trailers, ATVs. So you guys might see a lot more of those. More signing. You might get writer's cramp. Our personal property timeline is different than real estate, so that keeps us on our toes. But we do have to have our personal property counts as they are January 1, except things that are proratable. Those renditions were due March 15th. Oil and gas is due April 1st. We do mail out our valuation notices for those May 1st, and their appeal deadline is the 15th. And then we do have to certify those values as well on June 1st. We kind of, because of the proratable on and off and different scenarios with personal property, we try to kind of re-push personal property towards the end of the year to make sure that those are more current. So we have personal property people, the law is such that people don't know, or we try to educate people, and we have a lot of things on our web, and this law's been in Kansas since the late 80s, early 90s, but people still don't file timely. So we do, when we do the May 1st deadline, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and send out them a reminder, hey, you've got a penalty right now, come in and try to get this taken care of. So when we were talking about earlier, the appeals, real estate, informal appeal options, only one informal appeal per tax year per taxpayer. So let's say that you get your annual notice and you file an appeal. When you get your valuation notice, you have 30 days to do that. If you miss that appeal deadline, a lot of people opt to wait until payment under protest time. So you can pay either your first half or your second half. You can't do all three. The only scenario would be is if I purchased maybe one of your commissions, we exchanged properties or something, and I felt like I should appeal. Maybe you appealed it too, and then later you sell it to me, that new taxpayer can appeal. So it's just basically by taxpayer. So only one appeal per tax year. Back in the 90s, I just remember when they could let you, they basically left the appeal open for anyone. You could appeal at any time. So we were seeing people appeal at informal time, then the first half, then the second half, and then it was just like, oh. So, but they did get that to where it can be once a year. Our informal levels, which, speak for themselves because of the roller coaster ride we've been on with the appraisals, is that the counts were up last year, and more so at informal time, and then they were up just a hair on payment under protest time as well. So you can see that I did kind of a 4-year history here. Before I came over, we received 16 so far, so I'm anticipating that to climb, but that's the appeals. One thing to remember is you know, a lot of times people are very angry at us. We don't create the market. We don't create value. We actually just determine value by transactions in the marketplace. So the appraiser just simply has the legal responsibility to analyze those transactions and appraise properties based on what's happening in the marketplace. So when a property owner does get theirs, if they don't feel like that's something that they could, you know, like, wow, that just seems unrealistic, or I tell people too, if you don't feel like it's right, it's always good just to come in and talk about it, go over your information, because this is mass appraisal, so don't get to go inside. Maybe there's condition issues, maybe there's some things going on that we don't know about. So a lot of people say, you know, I didn't change anything from last year, so why would a value change from last year? Several things to keep in mind are, number one, the real estate market. We do annual inspections. We have to do at least 17%. We've had to uptick that over the last couple years because we have to do re-inspections once every 6 years. Those have been behind in the past, so we are trying to stay in compliance and do more. So we've gone through quite a few, and I've got those counts here in a little bit, so you'll see that our staff has been very busy. We also track MLS. With our aerial photographies, we have to track ag use changes. So we'll compare our last year's changes our previous aerials with our new aerials. There's home site delineation changes that have taken place, or just if field inspections in general. So one thing too is our index, and that's what I wanted to kind of talk to you about. There's trends and then their index. And so each year we do what's called an index analysis. And what that means is that we look at just the last year's values. So we'll look at our 22-year values compared to what the selling prices are, and see if we're hitting market. It's almost like a ratio study, but reverse engineering it and just seeing if where areas that were low, areas that were, and we actually can apply an index when we value. I've told this commission before, and I'm still under this mindset, is that when I look at valuing between 90 and 110% is what our range is supposed to be. I like to look at about a 95% because I don't want to be at 100% because I know that I'm overvaluing at least 50% because it's on a median. So at 95% is always my goal on our ratio. When we did our index study this year, to hit sales that had occurred to what our values were, even with valuation increases last year, we saw anywhere just hitting at a 95% median, 7% to 16%. So if you looked at trying to achieve 100% was 12 to 21%. Trends is where we get paired sales, where someone sells a property several years ago, and then we can look at those properties and see if they resell, have they made a lot of changes to them. We can look at trends, and those were anywhere between 5.5% up to 14.8%. So you can see that here in a minute we'll show you what our values went up, but agricultural land, we do what's called a market study as well. And those are actually the market land studies used as residual values for our market land as well. Those went up between, we were seeing trends at about 36.5%. It was a little bit crazy. Our ag land, I don't know if too many people in this room are familiar with ag land prices right now, but what they've gone over and upticked over the last several years has been incredible on what they're getting price per acre. So we did see some increases on what those ag market land indications were, which translated into some of our rural properties seeing if they're in the rural and they're not being used for agricultural land, where we had to raise some values on land in rural areas as well. So there's all kinds of different things. What we're seeing a big trend in over the last several years is a big flipping too. We've had a lot of sales of subjects that have been flipped. We didn't know that they were, maybe they didn't get a building permit or something, but when they sell, boy, it's like we might have had them at 50,000 and then they sold for 150,000. So physical changes have occurred after we value, and that happens all the time. Also, we do pick up new construction. We do pick up remodeling, additions, and different things. That is, I think, only fair that we do that, because it's not fair to the neighbor next door that if we, if there's new information or a new deck or a new building or whatnot, to pick that up when we know about it. The problem that we have a lot of times is that we don't know about it. So a lot of rural properties, we did kind of do a check this year trying to get some agricultural land. We tried to do a comparison side by side on trying to see if we missed quite a few ag buildings. So there might have been some properties that went up because we didn't have those buildings picked up before. So the next thing is I like to look December to December because we have to value as of January 1, is to see if what we're coming up with is what Multi-List is coming up with as well. You can see that I talked about some supply. When we look, if you looked back at the 2022 information, the supply and demand was in the negative. So our inventories, our supplies were all negative. We're actually building up an inventory, which is good. And that will help, I think, this year with, the feds, with them increasing the market. That's what they're trying to do, is kind of stop this inflation. What we have seen is that even though those values or those interest rates are increasing, we're also seeing the median and the average sell prices still uptick. They're still paying more. So 13.8, keep that in mind, because that's kind of about where we're at, actually, on about everything going forward. Is we're seeing about a 13.8% increase in our sales overall too. Now, Multi-List only gets just what is on Multi-List. We actually track, and that's the next slide here. We get all types of maintenance forms, and we get anything that transfers in the Register of Deeds, basically, that deals with real estate. We have to do ownership changes. We have to track those. There's these documents called sales validation questionnaires, and that's what the state actually put in place so they can check our values compared to what sales prices are going at. So what they do is when a property sells, they have to fill out a sales validation questionnaire, and we have to validate that sale. So we had to go through a validation process on over 1,000 sales last year. The year before that was 1,200. So it is starting to slow a little bit on our sales. Kind of getting back to maybe more normal. So you can see I put a history there so you can see where it was kind of pre-COVID. It was around 800. When COVID hit, we got about 1,200. I did check those numbers because I was like, wow, they totally mimicked each other, because both of them were 1,201. And then for this last year, it did start backing down just a little bit. So that's good. So 39% of our maintenance forms, we have to verify each sale. And those sales, we have to determine that they're in an arm's length transaction. So what you're talking about earlier with like we go through a verification process. And all the valid sales, we have to go out and physically re-inspect. We have to physically measure, physically go out there, take new pictures, make sure that how the property sold is what is being used in our analysis. A while ago, I said 13.8% on the median, and you can see that when we look at our valid sales, and that may include for sale by owners, that might include that includes more than multi-listed. Ours was very close to what MLS said. Our average was 13.8 and our median was 13. You can also see that those prices there. I looked over the weekend, actually Friday is when I looked to see what the first 3 months of January, in January, February, March, and on MLS, the median sale prices had already ticked up from 1 to 150 and 165. So they're still getting those prices. You can see that on the next map here is that it's not just in one area. I mean, sales are occurring everywhere, and these are just valid sales transactions. So just kind of as a point of references, it's not just happening here or there. This is everywhere. A lot of people go, well, do you go outside of Linn County? And it's like, no, we don't. So the next slide is showing that we start with the subject. If it's in a subdivision, we'll try to go to the subdivision. If it goes, we'll go, in rural, we're going to go with rural. And Mound City, we're going to try to go with Mound City. So this is just kind of a breakdown of how that model works. So we try to get as close. A lot of people say, well, the house right across the street from me sold. Why didn't you use that? Well, in smaller communities and rural communities, you have to understand that we're very diverse as far as what might be across the street. So you might be in a ranch-style house, but that might be a bungalow. So it's not going to pull, but we can always take that into consideration if they do appeal. The next slide is just showing that we do go out. We do hit the roads. We hit properties. Down here, we do parcel maintenance re-inspections. We're supposed to, typically, if we were on schedule, we would be doing 17% a year within the 6-year cycle. Last year, we had to do 23%. We got 23% in. This next year, as I told the commissioners, we have to do almost 30%. And that's pretty steep. So you can see where staff, I commend them. They all work very hard. We did 4,468 re-inspections. So, if we haven't been out there once, in 6 years, we find people remodel, we find new things we discover. We find things where we didn't realize the condition was like it was. So as far as, on the negative side too, maybe they're not, keeping up with the maintenance or different things. So when we go out there, the staff puts down what they see upon reinspection. So everybody gets their parcel re-inspected once at least every 6 years. The only way we would go out there more frequently is typically if we saw new construction. Maybe when we're out on the neighbors, we have what we call as dummy permits. We put those out on there as field checks for we need to go back out there and check that. We do sales. I told you we had to go out on sales. So of those 1,013, there was 520 that we actually had to go out on. Permits, we did 605 permits that we went out on. Those are either permits that we received from the different jurisdictions or from that we've made notes on that we have put essentially a dummy permit on. Appeal related, we've done 9 field checks from that. And then we do have to do a quality control check on newer staff. So we did 517 quality control checks. So total performed is over 6,000. So that's a lot on. So when you look at at the number of parcels that we have, we've touched a lot of parcels this past year. So, oh, mine didn't go up the standard. Well, it might be because we were out there, or it may be because of different factors. So we do use our imagery. We do have to take front level images on all properties that have buildings, especially on residential. So we do have front elevation photography, we have oblique, and we do use ortho. Those are invaluable resources for the appraiser's office. The building permits, a couple more.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just appreciate you doing that. The building permits, this year, I looked at last year, we had about 14 million that at this time that we had found. This year, we have 18 million that we have picked up on the on that. There's basically a statute or rules out there that we have to try to, when we pick up our new valuation, after we value, we have to figure out what was attributed to new construction. And so this was valuation that was attributed to new construction. And then we do have exempt. I did put that down there. They're not taxable, but so you can see that we picked up almost 25 million in new construction this year. So the next is the agricultural land. As I had stated, agricultural land is not at market value. It's based on use values are based on productivity, not market value from sales prices, but we do have to do a market study. And we use part of that market study. When you have an ag land parcel, there's a market study, market land listed, and that's done in about August, September time period. About that time, we use median. I think we were seeing around 3,900 on native grass that we were seeing, but just after I had done it and we had put those numbers in, we were tracking sales, and it's 4,000 and over now. So it's hard to keep up with, that's for sure. But for 2023, PVD reported that Linn County appraisal, ag use values were up 5% on native and tame grasses, and then a negative 2% on dry land with an overall of 3%. So these aren't just last year's, or this is on an 8-year average with a 2-year lag. So it's based on historical data. This is where I'm going to get into the information more on what our values have done for 2023. So you can see that in Linn County our residential valuations came in at about almost $460 million. Our values increased with new construction about 19.6%, but I always like to take out the new construction because it takes out the whole, we have to look at the market appreciation versus, so the overall valuation increase on residential without new construction and remodel value was 13.8. So it was incredible to me to see that we were at 13.8. It seems to be all lining up to where with our increases that our overall valuation was 13.8. What that means is some values did see more than that because of different issues, different markets, different areas. Some saw lower than that. So to come up with that 13.8. On farm rural, we're seeing a lot of farm rural movement as far as people are snatching up those houses that are on acreage, and what they're paying is pretty good prices. Those were up about 20%. We did pick up quite a bit of farm valuation there, so that was about a 15% increase overall. So overall, when you look at all the valuation, it was about a and that's on appraised valuation. And I want to make that clear that this is appraised valuation, but all these different classifications are valued at different assessment rates. So 19.9, 18.9 on taxable without exempt. So when you look at those valuations and the piece of the pie, this is the valuations, the appraised values broken down percentage by classification. You can see that residential takes up about 44% of our valuation. Commercial is only 3.7, farmstead's 26%, and then ag and exempt. So, we take out about 15% of our pie for exempt properties. So, like I said, overall valuation on just overall is 19.9%. When I talk about the constitutional assessment rates, residential is at 11.5%, commercial is at 25%, different percentages for different things. So when those equate out, those have a little bit different piece of the pie. So you'll see where before 3.7% on commercial, they actually they're actually assessed at more percentage at 7.8%. So it's a little over. So this kind of gives you a perspective. Once we take out that piece of exempt, our total taxable valuation is up 16.8%. You guys all know what a mill levy is. Basically, that's part of the tax equation. So here is a bit of a, it's basically a mill amount charged per thousand of assessed valuation. So I kind of put an example down there below that. So if you had 150,000 assessed valuation, which would be 11.5%, is 17,250. So when let's say that Danny had a $150,000 home, when we take that appraised valuation and take that times 11.5%, you're only paying on the assessed valuation of 11.5% at 17,250. So then each mill would cost you about 17.25 in tax dollars. So those mill levies are used to calculate budgets, and so that can have a huge impact on taxing, entities too. So it depends on, where you live and what the budget needs for that area are. So, and we have them, and David could probably attest to this. We have a lot of different mill levies throughout the county. So the next one is it's a taxing process, it sure is. But it shows you that, if you have a commercial or residential property, how different those taxes are. So the commercial is at 25%, so they're going to pay more taxes than a residential homeowner. Taking a look backwards, this kind of shows you the 22 tax burden and what residential does. I put this in here because personal property plays a toll, oil and gas plays a toll, and so does the utility. This is very non-conventional of what you would see in a county because we have the public utility here. Typically, you'll see where residential and commercial pay about 40% of the tax burden. These are at 21% for residential. Ag land comes in at 6.6, but you can see our public utility here pays almost 66% of the taxes in Linn County. Part of our statistical compliance, what I was talking about is 90 to 110%. This is where this county's been out of statistical compliance. This means that we're supposed to be appraising properties close to the sale price, at least 90%. We've been a little bit under that. So, and that's using trends. So here's kind of the next one is in 2021, we were at 88.9. Previous to applying a trend to that, we were at like 73, almost 74%. So you can see if we wouldn't have applied a trend to those, then we would be, that's why you have to keep
Out in front.
increasing values and staying at market. So I'm not going to go into what a ratio study means. It gets very statistical and a little nerdy, so I won't go there, but there's some information, and this will be online. What I can do is, I know this is taking a little bit longer than what we anticipated, but if your constituents or if any of the public has questions, we're here to answer those questions. We've got, we can put together a packet of information. We have property record cards. We have your comparable sales sheet. We have cost sheets. We have just a lot of different information. If you want to know how we have your agricultural land, we can show you how we have that pulled out. We can give you information on the appeal process. We just have a lot of information out there. One thing that I wanted to put on here is that we have really expanded, and I appreciate Nick over in IT. He's helped me with this immensely. I kept shooting him stuff, and over the last year, between him and I, we have really amped up our website. So there's a lot of good information out there. I put together some educational videos on our appraisal processes. We have an online parcel search. GIS Mapping has a parcel map search that has property data information as well. So there's just a lot of good information out there. We've also put, if a constituent or a taxpayer wants to call and appeal their properties, we can take that by phone. But we did put an appeal form out there under our appeal information as well. So, the appeals process is, it starts very informally. I know a lot of people are nervous and if you haven't done it before, but it's very informal process. Basically, you come in, we sit down with you, we go over the property information that we have. The most important thing is making sure that your information is correct that we have, because if there's bad data in, there's going to be bad data out. So we just want to make sure that that's correct. So do you guys have any questions? That was a lot of information, I know.
Is there going to be a test later?
No, I was going to say, but I will tell you too, I have already sent, before I came over here this morning, I sent both of the news, Roger and Jackie, both this information, because they will do an article on it as well. So I put just our general information down, our trends on here. So I did give you a copy of that. Our commercial was up 11.3%. Our appraised valuation residential, if you add in the farmstead plus the residential, it comes up about 14% up on those. And then our overall taxable valuation went up about 16.8%. If they do have increases above that, there's probably reasons why. I will tell you that our cost approach to value on ag land buildings, new construction, different things, we did see significant, the inflation that's taken place over the last several years has hit home. I mean, it's we get those costs from the state through a Marshall valuation process, and we have to input those, and they did see increases. So anyways, that's what I have today.
Thank you for getting it out to us ahead of time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I knew that, I was gonna say, I know we mailed, but we have started getting calls, and I did put a couple more. They're not really in here, and I'll put them out for people out on our website, because I'll get this to, I want to get it to you guys first, and then I'll put it on our website. So this will be available on our website. And then on the last videos of interest, there's, what we do, who we are, there's videos that other counties have put together and then, where does your money go? And there's a good video that the Kansas Association of Counties has put together, so.
Have we looked into doing anything that way as far as where does your money go for our county?
I don't think so, but yeah, I was gonna say, they do, it's a good. Anyways, there's, yeah.
Yeah.
Do what now?
Douglas County
Yeah,
is using it.
yeah,
At my new commissioner training, we looked at it.
yeah.
On
Where does
there,
your money go?
and,
Like is it like with the dollar bill, I mean,
It's so many, this percent of your tax dollar goes into this budget,
oh, and I did give, and I have here, and I brought one for you guys, is, where's it at? I did. There is out on the state's website. There is, I don't think I brought, here they are. It's this, where your money goes. Is that what you're talking about? They have that out on,
I think Douglas has it broken out by like almost,
like all your,
Every budget item. And Chris, I sent that link to Chris about, I just somehow it popped up and, he said that the program that we run, we could do that. It's, I think it's definitely something we should
yeah.
consider. I thought I had it.
That's out on the state's site, their abstract. I can send that to you guys as well electronically. I mean, I'm sure we can. I deal with the valuation part of it, but I'm sure that we could come up with something, David. So, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
So this is Douglas County. They have it and then you can open it. You click on it. And then you can literally just touch each item
Nice.
or somehow.
And say that,
And it breaks it down per.
yeah, I was gonna say that once we certify those values and we get those budgets, I mean, we could probably do it for 2022, but until we have all that for 2023, we wouldn't be able to, so.
Right.
Yeah,
I haven't looked at how that's done, but Janet just sent me a message for the individual. It is on your tax statement on
Yeah.
what percentage goes
that's true.
to each thing.
That's a good, yeah, this is what the state does, and I think you're probably familiar
So
with that.
the percentage is
Yeah.
broke down.
Per taxing entity.
Yeah.
Right.
So on their tax statement, it does have, she's absolutely correct. And then with the new revenue neutrals that go out, letters, that was just started this past year that the clerk has to send out, they have those, that information on those too. So, I mean, we want to be as transparent as we can, and I understand, anything that we can do. So, but I can, anyways, that's all I had, unless you guys had any more information. I know that was a little lengthy, so I apologize, but I think it's
Appreciate
good
your time,
information,
Kathy.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
I can send it out to you guys.
Yeah. We're running a little bit behind. Teresa, I know you have something for public comment. If you can make it fast, I'd appreciate it. Anybody else too?
Teresa Miller, Pleasanton, Kansas. Some of you, most of you already know me, but I don't think David knows. I've tried to stop and talk to you, but it sounds like you went back to work too early, didn't you? I gave them to Danny to pass out. First of all, it is, which I don't have a copy of it myself, that's what they gave to you all. Which is our minutes of our last meeting for the Linn County Historical Society and Museum, which for about the last, I won't say how many years, have been sort of not utilized, only for ancestry and so forth and so on. And I think everyone knows it's because of the health of old Mayor Ernest. She'll be 89 next week. And, she has agreed with her children to leave, but now because of her Alzheimer's, she forgets it 5 minutes later. So this has been a real challenge. Even though I've known her for years and her and I have an excellent relationship, she nominated me to be the new president, which is her position. And this would all be in the minutes. Mary Lynn Sylvester Bell will be the treasurer, which she already has been because Kenton was very ill for the last several years. He was the treasurer. And then Mr. Grigsby in Prescott was vice president. And just because we don't have a lot of people involved yet, he's going to go ahead and stay vice president, even though we never see him since he's very busy as a contracted building inspector. By the way, if you all need one, he will do some really good prices, and he's very professional. He's worked for Johnson County forever. Now he's retired, but he still contracts. Anyway, I wanted you all to know that, and in the meantime, I have been doing the small grant that was advertised in the paper a couple of weeks ago for the state of Kansas tourism, $400,000, which isn't a lot of money for the whole state of Kansas, but I just thought I'd do this because the outside of the building, and I'm not using the money for maintenance because they won't let you. This can only be for additions and improvements. So we can do that too. So I kind of outlined what all the improvements are going to be. And it's, I've asked for a $5,000 grant, and you have to overmatch that in our checking account. And then you also should have a letter. I only need one sheet signed by the 3 commissioners, and that's just so that they know that you're behind idea for the $5,000. And then we are having a big, huge open house retirement thing for old May Ernest, where she will be queen for the day at the museum. And from 11 to 2, and I'm gonna party it up.
When is that?
And it'll be in the paper. I'm supposed to be meeting with Jackie as we speak. Yes. Sorry. Usually most people don't have any trouble hearing me. So that's what I'm doing. And so I'm having to do this all really quick. And it's a little bit difficult because, as I say, one day Ola May is right there behind me, and the next day she's forgot. And she's still there. And I'm just cleaning, which is what I've been doing for the last 2 months, cleaning cobwebs and assorted other things. But it is a fabulous place. I know you all have been in there. It's been very underutilized. I'm going to make it a visitor center as well. We're going to be open a lot more. Included in that grant is an awning and an outdoor piece of furniture that's covered, but whoever visitor stops there will open it up and get any kind of maps and brochures for all the historic points, of which there are more than any place else in the state of Kansas, by the by. And then I am having new signs done. And I've got to go talk to some landowners and so forth. I would like to put one, and they're 4x8, very attractive with the little soldier and the horse, just like the old sign for the museum, except it will say Museum and Visitor Center. I'd like to have it put probably several hundred feet, if not yards, in front of the Pleasanton sign right on 69 Highway. And then I have one other one that I'm going to have completely redone. I would like to have it somewhere in front of the Ford dealership on the exit, when you get off the exit. So I think that will enhance things. And so that's all I was asking, was for your signatures and to give you the information on all of the new leaders over there that are gonna really gung-ho. And anybody that wants to come over there and give me a hand and show up for the open house, that would be awesome. I told Rob that I was gonna tie her in the chair that day. She's not allowed to get up.
What day is that?
Saturday, the 22nd of April, from 11 to 2. And that woman has worked for 47 years for zero money. And I am working for zero money and happy to do it.
Well, thank you for coming over here and visiting with us, giving us all this good information. So on this letter, you just want,
Just commissioner signatures. They wanted a letter from the community leaders.
just a letter of recommendation?
Yes,
We support.
right.
You want a motion to,
I'll make a motion that we
letter of support?
accept this letter of support from the Linn County Historical Museum.
I'll second.
Motion been moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And thank you for your time. I know I wasn't.
Thank you. Keep us informed.
Thank you, Teresa.
You're welcome.
So would you mind stepping up? and making a copy?
Is there any other public comments?
I will. You bet I will. Actually, I have one for you.
Jessica, you're the next one on the schedule.
And then, don't.
I have Taylor Hogue from the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission and Jay Allen from the STARS program here. We would like to discuss a grant opportunity that has come up that we would like to look into. So the grant is a CDBG program. It's new this year. It's for youth job training. It's a $100,000 grant. And Taylor would be the administrator for the program. And we're not asking for matching funds. Just get that out there.
This is just the grant guidelines, which just tells a little bit about the grant. Jay's program already exists in the community, and he's just wanting to expand, I believe. I'll let him talk about what scope he wants to have. The county has to apply on behalf of the actual applicant because it is CDBG, and that's just their rules. There is a interlocal agreement that would be prepared and presented that would discuss the commitments of the county as the applicant, and then what the school district and STARS would be required to do throughout the grant. The main thing that the county acts as is the financial institution, so the money would flow through the county funds. I would prepare all of the requests, and I would work with STARS and the school districts to get the invoices in order to do that, but then once we draw down the funds, they would come to the county, and the county would then disperse back to the school district or STARS or whoever it is.
So I hate giving lectures. I would rather answer questions if that works. I think probably most people are familiar with what we're doing over at STARS. We took, in the last year, we took an abstract idea and turned it into something concrete. We had a little over 50 kids enrolled this year, been working with the school districts for pre-enrollment next year. If the numbers hold true, we're going to have 100 new kids in STARS next year. Those will be from all 3 school districts, including Lewisburg. And so Lewisburg's actually, they sent down 19 kids to see what we were all about, and they had kids sign up from Lewisburg. The Lewisburg story is kind of interesting. I was talking to the superintendent at Lewisburg, and I was a little surprised that they were interested in sending kids to STARS in Pleasanton versus going to the campus that they have in Paola. And he said, you offer more things and all your classes are the same time. And so it's actually attracting kids from out. We've had some talk about kids changing school districts because of STARS. It's a real opportunity for kids, an opportunity that they would have a hard time getting anywhere else in Southeast Kansas. We based our plan on what we're doing, some of the classes, but not all of the classes, on CTEC at Pittsburgh. CTEC is something that's, they're a standalone entity. They're in Crawford County. It stands for Crawford County Technical Education Center. It's been pretty successful. My thoughts are on this is an opinion, this is not a fact. We've got several different pathways that the kids can choose from. We're offering HVAC, carpentry, heavy equipment, welding, EMT, criminal justice, and medical coding. Currently, we're going to add CNA next year, and it looks like the growth is there. It's a little harder to sell an abstract idea to a high school kid, but once they can see what the other kids are doing, see what they're working on, it becomes a lot easier to sell. So what we're looking for with the CDBG grant is taking what looks like an old car dealership that is, we're using it for classrooms, and turning it into some place that looks like classrooms, more classroom friendly. And actually the kids will have dedicated classrooms, we're kind of making do with the space that we have now, but it's just taking it up that next step. I can go on and on about this, and you guys are not in the mood for me to go on and on. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has with what we did from year 1, what the plan is for year 2, and what the plan is, going forward. Because I've got a 5-year plan in my mind, but I'm not going to bore you with the details of that. So I've talked to 2 out of the 3 districts. The districts they're seeing the value in this. They're willing to put the cash behind this as far as the matching.
So that's where the match portion is coming from.
The match is going to come from the school districts. It's interesting. I would encourage you to talk to the superintendents of the school districts and the principals of the school districts. They're actually, the kids have a purpose, and we're actually seeing classroom behavior improve at the schools because they have a purpose with what they're doing at STARS. We're kind of in the process of getting close to getting kids signed for jobs next year. It's interesting. They really have a purpose, and we're doing some good stuff over there. The STARS is not my entity. STARS is the instructors entity. We've got some really good instructors over there doing some really good things with kids and teaching them how to get out in the real world and make a difference, make a living right out of high school.
How exactly right now are you guys funded?
Beg, borrow, and steal right now. Pleasanton owns the building. 344 they thought it was so important to get this started and get it off the ground that, excuse me, that's one of my instructors, by the way, that they wanted to start this process. Again, it's hard to sell an abstract idea. Once you're actually there, you're doing the things that you say you're going to be doing, you're turning things out, then it becomes a little easier to sell. And so CTEC in Pittsburgh is its own entity. It's its own 501c3, I think is the correct term. It's its own entity. The schools partner, Fort Scott Community College partners for the degree programs. It is not Fort Scott Community College, although all the classes that we teach are college classes. And so it is actually a college campus that we have. Most of the stuff was donated. Travis and I were working on it. We have over $800,000 of in-kind donations to help get this up and started. So building it was easy. There was enough enthusiasm about the idea of training kids to, I think they call it the CMT trades, the construction, manufacturing, transportation trades. There's a 40-year deficit in the CMT trades, and the industry has recognized that. They've recognized that we are trying to come up with a solution to that problem, and they've been pretty helpful. We had industry the other day that brought up probably 500 pounds of welding rods. And it's like, we like what you're doing. Keep doing it. You know, here's some welding rods that we want because we think you're going to turn out a really good product. And I think we're going to turn out a really good product. It's that hasn't been proven yet, but you know, it's seeing what the kids are doing. They're doing some neat stuff.
But so you're not classified as like your own trade school or anything like that, or a college, or?
So as far as a taxing entity, we are not. There's no money to tax. It's we've had some cash donations. I think I had a little over $2,000 in people that wrote checks, and it's like, hey, if you need something, here's some money. We need a ventilation fan for our welders, and so we had a group donate that. I think out of that, I've got about $1,000 still sitting in my account. 344 has been good about donating supplies, desks, chairs. Fort Scott Community College has donated a lot of desks and chairs. We've got an in-kind grant that just recently got approved for heavy equipment simulators. And so we should be getting at least 2 and maybe 4 heavy equipment simulators soon that the kids can get on a simulator and actually experience different pieces of equipment. They spend the simulator time, and then we get them on real equipment and see what the difference is. We've done a little bit of that with just the equipment that the instructors have had. We've kind of broken the back of our instructors just a little bit by using their tools and doing the things, but trying to turn an abstract idea into something that's very concrete. And you can talk about digging a hole all day, but until you dig one with a shovel and then dig one with an excavator, it's just an abstract idea. And so we're actually putting it in motion now. And so we've got some good partnerships, some community development partnerships that we're working on. Prairie View has had a program where they built houses for years. We're going to do the HVAC install for the house that they're doing. I've got 7 kids in HVAC that are going to go up and do that. The American Legion in Mound City called us about a bus stop that was actually falling down a hill, and I believe it's in Hidden Valley, and a tree had fallen over and tore up the bus stop. We've got a new bus stop that we've built and painted nice red and yellow colors for the kids that are getting on the bus going to Jayhawk. The city of Pleasanton has actually contacted us about doing some work over in their lots for business development. And it's all educational experiences for the kids and sustainable relationships with the community. We want sustainable relationships. And so they were talking about the museum. It's like, boy, I wish I'd heard about that yesterday, you know, because that's an educational opportunity and a sustainable relationship that we can get my kids out there and they're learning some skills, learning them under the supervision of the instructor, and we're making a better community because of it. So what we're asking for is to run this through the county. We're not asking for any funding for this. If it happens, the school districts, 2 out of the 3 school districts have already committed to, yes, we will match the cash part of the funds. The in-kind donations, I don't think we're going to have any problems. We've got enough industry that is excited about what we're doing. They're seeing, it's funny that people from the industry will drop by and see what we're doing, and it's like, this is great stuff. You know, they're excited about the idea of where this is going to turn out. They want to see this succeed, and they're throwing some funding. I think ideally, you know, over time, we need to get out of the beg, borrow, and steal, and this helps us do that. It helps us take what looks like an old car dealership and start turning it into classrooms.
So what you want to do is a motion to authorize the
STARS.
regional planning. I, it wouldn't come. Regional planning group to apply in your name, to prepare an application in your name for this grant and to act as the cash intermediary on it.
You've been over there, haven't you, Danny?
I have, yep.
I'd invite
I have
you
it.
guys to come over before.
I have as well. And I think it's a really nice program that you've got up and running over there. Your enrollment numbers, I think, are pretty staggering in how fast it's coming along.
It's coming along nice. And next year, if you can't make it this year, make it next year. We may need a bigger parking lot next year. We're gonna have a lot of kids that are real interested in this. So we've got 7.5% of our kids at STARS currently have already graduated high school, and at least one of them has moved back to the community to attend STARS. They went the college route, didn't like it for whatever reasons, it wasn't right for them. They were able to move back to Linn County and continue their education for a career. And so as it ended up, it's 7.5% of my kids have already graduated high school. So STARS is open to anybody that wants to take classes. It's a college campus. The intention is to train our high school kids to go be career ready, but it is an open campus for anybody that wants to take classes.
And I mean, we're providing workforce for some of our county-run entities through this, are we not? Equipment operators, sheriff's department, EMTs.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing program. Is there any way we could get a copy of your 5-year plan? I'd just like to review it.
Oh, I'd have to make one. I got it upstairs.
Could you make one?
But yeah, I mean, I can get a copy for you. I can put it in a 60-second synopsis, if that works for you. You tell me what works the best for you.
Just a little detail on how you plan to fund it and who and how you do it. And I think it's important that the county, because we don't really help much right now at all, right? I mean, in funding or anything like that?
All of every dollar that has been spent at STARS has been through in-kind donations, mainly from business entities, some from individuals, some from charitable entities. The schools have helped out what they can, with supplies and some other things. But right now, what we're working on is we haven't got to the steel yet, but we're in the beg and borrow part, and it has helped us get this program up and going. There's a difference between building it and sustaining it over time. And so all the instructors get tired of hearing me say that every time somebody talks to me, I'm looking for sustainable relationships and educational opportunities. Those are the two boxes that I want to check. And we've done that with enough businesses that we've been able to get it up and going. So I can tell you what a 5-year plan is. I can compare what CTEC has done in Pittsburgh, which is an existing entity, and how they've got up and going, and we can get all that as a 5-year plan, and I can get that back to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think it's something as a county we should support it. As much info as we could about it. And
what we're asking for today is just your support on the signature on a piece of paper for the CDBG grant. And the timing of this works good because over the summer we can take what planning we have and we can start turning it into classroom space. There are certain supplies that we need that we'll have, but the main thing that we're looking at is classroom space and actually bathrooms. We've got 3 bathrooms for 140 kids. That math doesn't make sense. So there's going to be a fair amount that goes into, just making it look more like a school, less like and I think this grant, if we do get the award of this grant, I think that makes that happen. So,
David, do you have a motion wrote up?
Well, I was trying to catch what Gary was saying, but to authorize Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission to apply for the grant in the county's name and for the county to act as the, did you say cash intermediary?
Or the funds intermediary.
Okay. For the grant.
I'll make that motion per what David just said.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion on it? Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
And Jay, I think we have those lockers I talked to you about are over at the sheriff's department. David's just been really busy and, we just gotta make what's it called? One of those things.
Surplus.
A surplus,
inventory.
yeah, a surplus inventory list, and we'll get that to you and get you those lockers, so. We've talked about it, but we just haven't got to it.
That means the bigger the brokerage.
We actually need one more thing. We need to set a public hearing for this grant. It's a requirement from the Department of Commerce. We would like to set it for April 10th. 10 o'clock, 10:30, something like that.
Is that a commission meeting or?
Yes, it's a Monday morning.
Do you need a motion for that?
Yep.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we set a public hearing for, what's the name of the grant?
CBD.
The CDBG.
On April 10th. Do I need to say a time, David, or Gary?
Yeah.
10 be fine?
30.
Yeah, let's do 10:30 on April 10th. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
David, they had a motion
Thank you.
to set a public hearing on April 10 at 10:30 for this grant.
And I'm sorry, who did the motion?
I did.
Danny. Seconded by Jim.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
I don't know everything you went to.
It's like we're to the health department. So if you guys want to come up and talk, or what do you guys need?
We're just here to answer questions and what we have talked about last week. We just want to be available for you if you guys have questions for.
I think if you're, just in general, talking about the process and what you're looking at would probably be an open discussion. But if you want to get into the
Any personnel aspects?
personnel and pay and that kind of things, you might want to take some executive time to look at some of that too.
So right now, we're just trying to determine what we're going to do at the health department. We wanted, are we planning on, continuing the services that we're doing now, or do we want to change, or we want to?
We hoping you guys would look at it and hopefully vote on it today, so that whatever you guys do, possibly I can get them started. Rather than cut, what we'd like to see is we like what we have.
Right, and that's what I'm in favor of.
If you, in discussing this, if you want to talk about any specific individuals or specific salary for individuals, we would need to go into executive session.
I think that'd be a start, I think, so we can, don't you guys?
Probably so. I think that any discussion you're going to have about this is going to bear very directly on the personnel involved.
I think
And
it's
therefore, I
hard to
think
discuss it without any-
we can't evaluate personnel in open session.
I'll make a motion, well, what do you guys want? 30 minutes probably? I think it's something that we need to. Would it be just personnel?
Yep. To protect the privacy of the employees.
And are you going to start that with just us and then pull them in if we need questions or?
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 30 minutes personnel to discuss, say that again?
Protect the privacy of the employees.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Moving second, all in favor? I make a motion that we extend executive session for another 20 minutes.
I'll second it.
Motion been moving second, all in favor? Aye. I'll make a motion that we extend for another 20 minutes until 1:20.
I'll second that motion.
Motion moved, second, all in favor? We have no action.
Richard, I've got a contract here that you authorized being offered to Randy Page. On, construction work, he did a contract employee, he signed it. It's a copy on it, I swear that wasn't me. I think I sent
Do we
you all
need
a
to
copy.
do anything?
Yeah, you'll need to,
Accept it.
to authorize, Danny to sign it and to enter into that contract with it, be a contract employee. He'd be working as needed, $30 an hour, to oversee any construction projects we have going on, to help put together, bid packets on the construction projects, and maybe occasionally to actually do some construction.
I'll make a motion that we enter into the contract with Randy Page for construction services at the previously stated price,
$30 an hour.
$30 an hour.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Just to be clear, he's a contract employee and
Contract employee.
does not have any benefits or anything, just straight wage.
One thing I'd like to make a decision on today would be what Under Sheriff Johnson came and talked to us about the holiday policy. We need to make a decision on that.
So, the biggest part of that we were talking about was paying 12 hours holiday pay for those on 12-hour shifts. Is that correct?
Right.
Did we talk about the math on that? Okay,
Yeah, on the holiday pay, it was,
The whole,
we talked about the sick leave, is what you was talking about.
oh, yeah, I was talking about sick.
Leave, but the holiday pay,
Yeah, that's right.
we was good, everybody was good with it as far as the 12 hours for the actual day worked and not the,
And,
That's the way it ought to be.
and it would be,
not the,
if they were scheduled to work the actual day, then that's the day they would get it. And if not, they would still get an observed day. I mean, there's some of those details to work out, but if the big change really is going to the 12 hours worth of holiday pay, correct?
getting double time and a half for the day, the
Right.
observed day if they worked it.
So I think it is simply a matter of working out that language to make sure we've got it right to cover it. But if you guys are all in agreement on it, that's not a problem to do.
okay. I'm in agreement on that.
How would we state that motion?
Authorize change in the handbook to indicate that law enforcement that works 12-hour shifts would be given 12 hours of vacation, no, holiday time, as opposed to 8 hours of holiday time.
And then get time and a half if they work the actual holiday.
Right.
I'll make that motion per what Gary stated.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion?
Nope.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The sick leave.
That's where the math comes in. How many hours do your people work in a 2-week period? Remind me.
They work 171 hour, 28 day schedule.
28 days, okay. A 40-hour week person will be basically 160 hours in 28 days.
That's right.
Okay, so if you take 160 hours and we give them 8 hours of vacation time, of sick time for each month they work, basically, right? So if 8 is to 160, as what is to 171 is basically the algebraic formula. And so you take 160 times x equals 8 times 171, and you got a calculator?
I didn't pass math.
Huh?
That's why I never passed math in high school.
So take 8 times 171, you get your calculator, and then divide it by 160, and that tells you how many hours of sick leave they should get per 28-day period.
8 times.
8 times 171
Okay.
and divide by 160.
8.55.
8.55 hours of sick leave per 28-day period. That's what it should be.
There's 13 28-day periods in a year.
Okay? Doesn't make any difference how many. No, there's 13, yeah, 28-day period.
13.03.
So is our
And
current
what was the extra hours from 8 hours? What was the point, what?
0.55?
Okay, times 0.55. So that's at 7.16 hours for the year.
Yeah,
Additional.
So,
day, essentially.
essentially, yeah,
An extra 8 hours.
yeah. I don't see that's big. I don't think we need to change it myself, but you know, it's off the, it isn't.
Well, if you, my point was simply that if you add 12 hours per month, you're adding, that would be perceived or could be perceived as unfair to everybody else.
Well, we're talking less than 1 day for the whole year is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
It's, so they was talking, what was brought up was getting a 12-hour shift off if you had a sick day when they're on 12-hour shifts within the first 6 months. And, you know, if, we don't have any way of giving them 8 hours to make any difference until they've worked a few months is the way I see it. When it's less than 3/4 an hour for every month you work.
What do you say, it's 8.5 per 28 days?
8.55 per 28 days.
And Kevin, what do you feel is fair?
Make your decision.
I just want to hear your opinion on it. Do you want to give it?
Wasn't my proposal, but I think the only thing I would say is, you know, in a 28-day period, they're doing the 171, so that 11 hours, it depends on how you break it. Those extra hours that they put in, those are on straight time based on our schedule. So, you know, I'm not here to put it in Bobby's proposal based on industry standard. We're just trying to get things closer to standard for the people. Totally your decision, Commissioner.
And what's your industry standards?
It'd be based on exactly you guys.
The 12 hours of sick leave accrued in the first month? Essentially, is that what you're saying is the industry standard?
It would be the ratio that you guys have come up with there, because you don't want to make it unfair to the other employees in the county. I think, you know.
So the 8.55,
Yeah, I think that would be the
because
reasonable rationale for it.
because what Bobby asked for is that we would give 12 hours, if I'm remembering correctly.
Right, 12 hours a month is what he, instead of the 8, we give everybody 8 now, and then he asked for 12 is what he asked for.
Okay,
I don't recall his
it has been a while.
exact proposal.
I think we go ahead and make the change to the 8.55 and go ahead and give them that extra 8 hours since they're working those shifts. That way it's everybody's on par. I know it's not a big change, Jim, but
I worked 12-hour shifts a long time, and there's a benefit both ways, whether you're working them or not, because you work half the days you do in the month on the 12-hour shifts. So, you know, you've got half the days, more days off to, I worked them a long time.
Yeah.
And, it didn't change our sick leave policy.
Okay, and this, I'm, excuse me, not trying to give you I'm for or against this. I'm not sure how we work this out with our current payroll system, and there may be a way to do it, but I have
On
not.
sick leave.
Because I know even though we pay on that 28-day cycle for overtime purposes, the law enforcement is still paid every 2 weeks like everybody else is, and our accruals are set up to either be done once a month or twice a month. I don't know if I can just put in another code with a different amount, like for an 8.55 instead of an 8. I can look into that and see. I don't know off the top of my head.
So do you want to table this for another week, see if you can get what you can figure out?
I can probably get with Katie this week, who works in that system more than I do, and see if she knows.
Okay.
But is that the amount you think you're looking at, or?
Yeah, I think I would agree with Jason.
Well, if you don't mind, let me check in with her and see if we can figure out how to do that. I mean, not that I guess it couldn't be done manually, but if we were going to do it manually, that creates more work that we don't like to get into when the system should do it for us.
If I recall right, Bobby said that what got you was your new guys that hired on, they couldn't take the 12 hours off
I think you're correct.
for the first few months. But once you get to the second month, you got 16 hours now. I mean, the second month they'd have 16. So there wouldn't be a real big benefit with the 0.55 a month until you get into half the year, I guess, you know, or close to pick up your extra 4 hours if you wanted to get paid for a full day of sick leave. If I remember what he was trying to tell us. We could give him the 0.55, but he still didn't get his full shift off until he works 8 months, I guess, it'd be or close, right?
Right.
And after the second month, you'd have your 16 hours.
Be good. The other option is to just allow any employee in their first month to take an advance use of a shift's worth of sick leave. I mean, is that?
Well, I think it's specifically prohibited in our policies at the moment.
I know, we'd have to change the policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, no employee has any sick leave for the first month they're with us.
Right. Yeah, nobody gets any till you've been here a month.
So you'll look into it and then
Finish it.
we'll finish it and prove it or deny it next week. The Pleasant Senior Center, we're walking through on the 22nd, like Jessica had stated, a group of us.
Sounds good.
The employee survey plan, Jason, you're still in the
I
process?
haven't done anything with that yet, but still in the process of getting that done.
We talked here 2 or 3 weeks ago about the digital fire radios. What do you guys think on that? Which is where we're going digital, so we provide the town fire departments with radios, correct? Is that it? Do you remember?
Yeah. On order, so Chris brought that up. Yeah, we're gonna, at some point, we're gonna have to get switched over to digital radios.
And if we go to digital,
Fire is our big chunk of it that still needs to be done right now. And that was part of his, not even a suggestion, but a proposal that we could look at. Doing that for the cities for theirs, or we could just tell them that they need to purchase digital. But I think we're gonna have to do it at least for our stuff.
Right. But he said,
This fall maybe, or
we didn't, so when we did digitals in the cop cars, we didn't give the towns the option to, I mean, we didn't suggest provide for them, did we?
No, the cities, about 6 or 7 years ago, the digital integration for law enforcement began. We are now all digital. There's some of I believe maybe a few of the cities still struggling with handheld digital technology because it's so hard to get radios right now. I do not recall the date that Chris kind of put on that, because there is a date where we'll have to bridge from the VHF system into the digital system like we have currently. So all county law enforcement's currently in the digital realm. And I think, it'll be pretty important for fire to get there too, because radio quality through the fire system, and David can tell you this, he was involved in it for a load of years. But that VHF quality radio, we still have VHF and UHF in play out there. And I think that's going to have to go by the wayside pretty soon. I think there's going to be some mandates that'll force that to occur, and we don't want to be behind those. Because
the cities pick up their own digital.
in law enforcement, yes, sir, they did.
And he was asking us whether we was gonna pick up the city.
Fires.
Or the fires
Yeah.
cost, the cities.
And I think when he brought that up, he was thinking that maybe that could be a use of some of the ARPA funds to do that. But I don't think he was necessarily saying he thought we
Right.
had to do that. It was just one of the things he brought up.
Do you think we should just bring Chris and Randy in here and we can get their inputs on it and then make a decision?
Yep.
So you want me to put the digital radio on the actual agenda next week?
Yeah, if you would, yeah, and we'll just ask for both of them to be in there and get the plan.
The other thing we said we were going to talk about today was the employee compensation.
Yep.
I don't know that I have anything new for you on that. I gave you that one idea I had of ways we could do something. Whatever you guys want to look at, and you happy to work something else up if you want to look at something else, but just wanted to get it out there and get some opinions and see where you wanted to go.
So we do have, so what's our options? We can fund it through the jail.
That was, the option I gave you was $1 an hour across the board. And there was enough excess money coming in over what was budgeted from prisoner housing that would pay for
Do we do have ARPA funds, but I don't think we don't.
That's, I mean, that part.
How do we sustain it?
It's good for me to use that, because then how do you sustain it?
And,
going forward?
and we're creating more issues with, if we're using those for payroll, those funds, is what Jessica told us when we looked at those ARPA funds the first time.
If you use something like ARPA for payroll, it may get you by this year, but then if you increase your pay scale, we're gonna find that money another year. That's, to me, is the danger of getting into something like that. As look like you're getting away, Gary. I talked to Chris this morning about the SharePoint we've been talking about using. Now everybody's got computers. We're going to Chris and I are going to try to get together this week to discuss that. And we thought we might want to check in with you and see about if you wanted to have a section where you had to have special access for different issues too, and how we do that. So Chris and I are going to try to get together at some point Wednesday, maybe that, and see if we can time to get you too. But just wanted to let you guys know too, we are trying to work on that and get it going.
So, something else Chris and I talked about a little bit, I don't think I've mentioned it to commissioners. You ever watch Bourbon County's meeting? Bourbon County's meeting online. They've got camera like that on, and then they've got one up here looking at the audience that's picturing, and I think that's real helpful.
Like a small caption in the corner.
Yeah, over the corner. I think that's real helpful. I just thought you might take a look at that and see if you think it's worth thinking about. Because so the public can see the speaker and they can see what's going on out here. Anyway, just an idea.
I mean, during budget season, I would like to just assess every single budget, and make sure that we're utilizing the funds correctly per budgeted item, and see if we're able to save any funds there that we can put back towards payroll too. David, does that make sense?
Well, I think that makes perfect sense when you're looking at next year.
Right. I mean, that.
For the time being,
Yeah. I mean, but if you want to do something now, this was where I was giving you that proposal. This is how we could take care of it at the current time. But yeah, budget, we definitely need to look at everything and see if there's other options and what we can do going forward.
There's just a few things like the airport that doesn't really make sense to me, and why we're doing what we do. I just feel like there's a lot of little things like that that we should probably talk about and make sure that it's being funded correctly. And then who knows, maybe it's a way we could capture some funds.
right? But I think we're going to be having those discussions in budget timeframes.
Right.
Like I said before, I think that this is a way of putting a good faith thing to our employee. It lets them know that we're not taking this lightly, that we are trying to work toward a solution. That they're not out there on an island.
And so we have a solution right now. We can give $1 raise today, right? I mean, is that correct?
We could, it would work with what we're at. So.
And that would be helping out our lower end employees more than our upper end employees.
This was.
In trying to narrow that gap.
So it was February 21st meeting when I brought it in, and I'm just looking back at the minutes there. What I had on that one for a full year, based on current employees, a dollar an hour comes up to about $345,000. That's salary and benefits.
It's like that windfall from the jail there. Can we take that money and put it in an interest-bearing account until?
Well, it's any money we get in isn't it?
I understand, and then put it into, when we get to pay extra on our bonds, can we put that towards the bonds? Extra?
Well, you still can't do extra toward the bond until we get past the.
Right, I'm saying, once we get to the,
Yeah. Right now, what we're doing, the bond part is the extra tax money, sales tax money that's coming in, is staying in there.
I'm just saying we could pay our bonds off quicker. If we did that, you know?
Well, and all I'm not proposing that we continue to fund it this way in perpetuity, you know, that forever.
I agree.
I'm saying that this is just to bridge the gap until budget season.
At the time I was doing this, with the remaining part of this year that was left, I was looking at about $292,000 to fund it. So we've already used up about 3 weeks of that time now, so it's gonna be a little less than that.
But it will, like you say, it will be there next year to figure out where we're gonna come up.
We will
with
have
the
to figure it out.
So we get the budgets, then.
340,000.
Okay, we're already at this level, this plus whatever we do from here, we've gotta figure out.
So is it, are we all three on the same page that we need to utilize the jail correct to the fullest capacity for these federal inmates to generate more funds?
I am.
Jim?
I'm not certain, I'm gonna have to look at the numbers to tell you the truth, I don't know, do you know, it's, when the numbers get there. Cause we're gonna increase the payroll, there are things I wanna look at.
Okay.
I'm not saying no, I just wanna look at numbers.
So we can do $1 an hour for everybody throughout the county for
The remainder of the year
the remainder of the year
with those funds,
with the funds generated from the jail.
the excess over what was budgeted.
You think it's 250,000 roughly, probably?
It'd still be over 250. It was 292 about 3 weeks ago.
And we're going to be a third of the way through the year before this gets enacted, right? Instead of, no, a quarter. Make it April 1st.
See, this one is, today's the 20th. Bring a calendar up here, get it, because we're actually starting a new pay period right now. The next pay period would start April 2nd or April 3rd. I always have to look and see whether it's Saturday night or Sunday night when we break it, but the weekend of April 1st is when the next pay period starts after this one. So that would be a logical point to make a change if we were going to.
So that would get us started, but then what would our long-term goal be? Assess budgets, see if we can capitalize on funding there, distribute it evenly throughout payroll. Is that?
Start making a plan up of how we're going to try to keep up with our
Industry standards of.
I think we should have a plan before we make the budget increase myself.
Think what?
I think we should have a plan of how we're gonna do it before we actually make the budget increase.
Well, I think that's what we're trying to do. I think we have a lot of questions that we have to answer and get rolling on, kind of like utilizing jail to the fullest. And we still do have ARPA funds too, that we have to figure out something to do with. What do you guys think? I mean, a dollar could get us going, but that's not gonna,
I'm not saying
that's just
it
kind of
fixes
rolling with
anything.
it.
Yeah.
I feel like what our next step after this dollar is gonna be.
Are we gonna have to go back in, David, and redo everybody's budget if we make this change?
General wouldn't necessarily matter, but when you get into the funds like road and health and appraiser where they have their own fund, they definitely have to, so it's probably easier than just a dollar thing.
Right.
But that's a minor.
Okay.
I mean, two big questions I have is, are we gonna utilize the jail to the fullest? And if so, what's our plan there? And what are we doing with the ARPA funds? Because I believe they're both ways that that could play into a long-term plan for employee compensation.
The ARPA funds, I don't see how they're going to play into employee compensation because we have until what, 2025 to use them?
I was looking into the.
And I thought that was our sanitation plan.
Well, I mean, I don't think we have anything set in stone right now, do we?
We don't. But, I mean, how are we gonna fund that?
I don't know. We gotta start at one of them and let's get a plan together. Are we gonna try to utilize the jail or what? I mean,
I said yes already, so. We've invested $20 million over there in the facility.
we could be billing 150 a month and we're doing 70. And there's no repercussions, correctly? I mean, is that what?
Anything we would do beyond that would be, it would be covered by the added benefit, I guess, is the repercussions. I do think he made a good point of, you know, if things change, we've got to be ready to pivot our strategy with our staff. If we're not housing those employees, we can't sit there and take on that cost hoping. We've got to manage that business.
I think we have an opportunity to utilize, to make some pretty good funds and we're not using it. Jim, what's your concerns on it?
Just the operating expense. I mean, it's, we did raise the budget over there. I mean, I talked about that, and the budget was increased quite a bit.
But do you feel like we should utilize it to the fullest now and try to save up for if something does happen?
Well, it just concerns me as far as refinancing the bonds and I think we've got that in motion as far as Mr. McCliney's looking into that and he's gonna show us the figures. Is that not where he's headed? As far as.
He is, but
I think he's already got
he's
them.
got the figures for us and what he presented to us today. That calculation is already right here, and now he's saying there could be a change or something that way.
You don't know what your bond issues interest is gonna be yet.
I think that was his biggest point today was he needed permission to go ahead and start the process to find out exactly what those bond costs would be.
Correct.
Could be different than that.
Right. That's what I thought. I understand that he'll be able to give us a concrete figure.
Odds are it's pretty close to what he has right there. But there could be some change with that. But you still have an opportunity if you see the numbers when he has all that you could.
It's still gonna be
plug on it.
spend a few thousand and make $1 million, right? I mean, is that,
Well, that's the thought anyway.
But what stops Kevin from going ahead and just taking in more prisoners right now?
His staff,
yeah,
But I mean, that's
his staff,
right, but I mean.
the staffing concerns. That he doesn't have that already in his budget, those 4.
because I think we denied him. We didn't approve.
Well, he could take on more with the staffing he's got right now, I guess. You know, we only have 15 or 20 in there of our own. Right?
Today we have 15. He's saying that he needed 20 to 30 spots.
Is that his, I mean, I think that's for the feds to determine what's, I mean, is that correct?
What do you mean?
I don't think he's making the rules on how many deputies he has per inmate. I mean, that's probably more of a statute, wouldn't it be?
Well, I think there's the industry standard on how many. I think there is a requirement at the state or federal level on how many people you have to have staff for X number.
So we're at 50% capacity right now. And they said that we would have to, they being Sheriff Friend and Joey with McLeany and Company, said that we would have to add 4 positions to bump up to capacity.
Which I think what that means is one more person on duty.
Per shift.
4 per shift. Or for one shift, it takes 4 people to put one more person on shift. To have somebody around the clock 365 days a year. For one person on, it's 1 person per shift.
Correct.
24 hours.
Correct.
4 people to increase
That to cover.
Correct.
So, yeah, it's not that we need 4 more people in there all the time at the same time. We just need 1 more, but it's going to take us.
It's going to be 4 employees. Right.
But still spend a little to make a lot.
Ratio's probably not real far off right now. But we need prisoners. It's just going to take 1 more position.
Oh, I don't know how many exactly we got, but you know, we're at 50 now. If we bump up to the 90 or whatever, if we was full, from 50 to 90, 1 more, we've got some room, I guess, is what we've got right now, is what I would say.
Yes, so.
I would think.
But he also has positions open that he hasn't filled due to what he's telling us is our funding of our pay increases.
It doesn't make sense to me why we wouldn't utilize it to the fullest right now as we can. I mean, the money's literally just going into the general fund, sitting there and not doing anything. I mean, we could be doing in 7 years, $3.9 million in the general fund doing nothing, I guess, but I just don't know what the holdup is on it and why we're not trying to take advantage of it. We should have built a $10 million jail then, I guess. We don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. It. In my opinion, we have to get on it and take advantage of it while we have the opportunity. And then we're turning.
But I mean, we've started that moving forward by having Joey go look at what it's gonna take,
Right.
right? So do we give the $1 an hour raise and come back in and see if that makes a change in his ability to find his jail staff?
Yeah, I think that's a start. What do you think, Jim? You got some restrictions? You got some hesitation? What's your thoughts?
Make your motion. You know how I feel.
It's tough.
We need to be just in the budget, in the middle of the budget time. That's the way I feel. So you can make your motion.
But you want to rely on his dollar or the money that we're billing off the jail to give the entire county a $1 raise.
You get to make your motion.
All right. So what's our plan, guys? So we give a $1 an hour raise. Say we do it today. Tomorrow, or next year? What's the next step? We don't want to. Are we just going to try to get the jail up to utilize it correctly or to the fullest? Keep going off the jail income to make our employee compensation, or do we go another route? What's our?
I think at budget time, we're creating a plan to tighten down
On the budget.
our budgets
to
fund continued increases on employment wages.
And then we'll utilize the jail as a offset. Like if we need to at the end of the budget. If we don't, I mean, if there's not
No,
enough
I
money.
would still like to use the jail in the manner that Jim is saying, that we're trying to get those bonds paid down quicker.
Right.
If that's a possibility and stuff that way. I think that getting us out from underneath that debt will allow us more flexibility in pivoting if indeed that's what
Once
happens.
we get it paid for, the 1%, we can use
however we want.
Portion it for the operation of the jail, then, right?
The sales tax drops to 0.25% when the bond's paid.
For operation.
And that stays on for operations of the facility.
Okay.
Once it's paid for, but that's been paid for.
On the schedule we're on, that's long after all of us are off of this
I understand that.
position we're in now.
I understand
We do still have a few years to go before we can start making extra payments on the bonds.
Like
But
2 more?
Joey will keep us updated. I don't know the exact date, but he'd be able to keep us updated on that. But yeah, that's another thing to look at when we're budgeting is how are we gonna fund, I mean, we're talking compensation here, how are we gonna fund compensation? And
So I'm looking at,
just staffing up and we continue to get more and more money in from house of prisoners. Where do you want that money to go? Do we need to set that aside in a debt service fund somewhere, or what are we gonna do with it? So, but I don't know that we can solve any of those questions today.
I just want to be sure that we have a kind of a tentative plan beyond, say we give $1, then, here come budget, we're like, oh crap, we can't do this. You know what I mean? So we have a few options in place to be able to.
Once we do it, we're hooked with it.
I know,
That's
that's
like
why
what you said. Once we decide to do it, it's there. And it'll be
Right.
there next year, and it'll be there the next year.
I understand.
And that's my concern.
Biggest thing after that, if you do this today, was then you're gonna be looking at how do you continue to do increases and figure out how to fund them, because using up this funding the way it is to get here.
But it gives us another 300,000 that we come with the payroll next year, that we've got to figure out, that we didn't have to figure out last year.
And also we didn't have the jail last year as I don't, I think are you on the same page that we should review each of these budgets in detail and figure out if they're by statute, by whatever?
We can save 50-some thousand by moving from Arcadia to Iowa on the trash disposal.
I mean,
You know, I mean, and that's what I want to look at, that kind of stuff.
Municipality, dispatch, all that stuff, which I'm not saying that we should take it away, but I'm just saying we should look into it. And I mean, I think there's a lot of little things like that that's.
I think there's a lot of things out there that we can look and we can cut.
Do you guys agree? So that's
I
our
do.
our main goal is to give them $1 and then utilize that plan moving forward. Right?
The way I feel right now is I don't want to do the $1 until we figure this out. That's what I think, Danny, but you know, like I said, I'm one vote, but.
Well, we're not here to just disagree. I want all of us to agree and, you know, work together. And for us to be able to figure out the route that we're talking about, we're talking, I mean, the budget's, when, June?
We're getting close to, I mean, we need to.
And what's our total budget? 24 million?
That sounds about right, yeah. Now, a whole bunch of that's in the construction and all that too. Because we were at 30 million a year ago on total budget. So down in the 20 to 24 is the more typical range it's in.
$24,614 is this year's budget amount. So that would be post.
Some of that's jail or the judicial facility, isn't it? I mean,
But
some payment
why?
on it.
We were at 30 million in 2022,
Right,
correct?
right. So
And
here's-
36 in 2021 when we were building, and 35 in 2020.
Yeah, and here's where the capital improvement, that was the construction fund. So that was how much was in the budgets those years for construction.
So this year we had 84,000.
Right. And if you'll notice, that totals up to way more than we spent. It's just timing.
Okay.
Just because it was budgeted there doesn't mean we spent that there. This one, the debt service is our bond payment. So the first year, we just paid some interest. And then since then, we've been paying principal and interest and paying the interest twice a year. So our bond payment's going to stay in that range.
Right.
On, and unless we do something else with bonds, which we may do. So, yeah, so that's your big decrease in the 30 down to the 24 this year is we're dropping out that construction money that was in there.
So 1.3%, 1.4% of the budget is what we're talking about with this move over the course of a year. I just think we can move that around. And maybe I'm wrong because I haven't been through a budget situation. So
Well, the way we're talking, I think the budget's gonna be a little different this year, I think. I mean, don't you? Budget will probably be a little different this year if we're gonna go into the depth that we're talking.
I think there's definitely some places we can turn.
I think you'll be able to find some things.
Is there a way, David, that by like statute that we're able to get a list of everything that we're supposed to fund and how we're supposed to fund it to what amount and all that so that or is that gonna be a lot of work?
You can look at statutes and duties of counties and county officers and find things that you have to do. But yeah, they're not gonna get into amounts on that.
They don't.
Like, where do we
It's gonna,
determine,
it's gonna say things like you shall provide this service.
like the mental health and then like the juvenile, where's those fees based off of?
I don't have a good answer for you off the top of my head.
I just wonder what determines those?
Yeah. it's what those organizations have asked for, and like the juvenile, they show their costs and they divide it by days of use and, you know, each size.
Population or
I
something.
mean, they give us a breakdown when they send theirs over here. So yeah, we can get those numbers. That's just, I can't rattle them off to you without
Right.
going back and researching it.
And by doing that, that's gonna help with our mill levy quite a bit too, if we're cutting or, you know, cutting.
That's one part of it. I mean, there's,
I think that'd make a lot of people happy, right?
anytime you start talking mill levies, you basically got three different directions you're coming at it. Your valuation is a big part, your budgeted amount, what you're needing to fund the budget. But then along with that, and within that budget amount is your cash carryover. And that's where you've got to watch from year to year that you don't let the carryovers drop too low or raise too high, because that affects the mill levy. And while it might be a good thing this year, it might put you in a bad spot another year, so you try to balance those out a little. So you've always got to look at all those different directions pulling on it when you get to mill levy.
So how do you feel about, do you feel like we need to make an answer or make a decision on this dollar?
I do, yes.
Or you, if you, I mean, where are you at on it?
I'm not really for it now. I'm not that I'm against it, but you know, I think we ought to wait till budget time.
So at budget time, what are we gonna do? We're gonna say that we're gonna make an increase for next year?
So I'd look at it then, I mean, for the.
So I mean, we're still 9 months out from doing anything.
I think this, giving us a dollar would give us a guideline of where we need to be hitting on our budget, which, you know what I mean? Does it make sense? Like, I think,
Yes.
hey, here's this number, you guys have to hit this number, so let's figure it out, rather than it's something to work towards during budget season, because that we have, you know, if that's our ultimate goal is to utilize the budget correctly to fund it just out of the budget, there's our number we have to hit. Or if we're given a whatever percent COLA, we figure. David, how do you feel about that? About just the dollar, you know, being able to cut. I mean, I don't want to say cut, because I don't want people thinking we're just trying to cut services, but
Streamline.
Well, I think you are well within your jobs as commissioners to look for places to save money budgets. I think that is part of the job. I've always been opposed to a group saying, we're gonna cut 5% from every budget, because I don't think it's.
right, I agree. I think, you know, heck, some of them
But
might
if you
go up.
really look at the budgets and look for things that are not needed, then yeah, that's well within the.
Well, it's hard to cut 5% off of every budget, because there's some budgets that's just strictly your workers, you know, your payroll, you know, and then a little bit of.
So, you know, while I think that you can probably find some places to save some money, I think there's gonna be some budgets where you don't find much. But that's just a matter of looking at each one and asking questions and going from there. Now, how much you can find, I can't give you that number. I don't know.
But you know, even if we still can't hit that number at the end of the day, we still have some of that revenue coming in from the jail that we can offset that, which would be, I mean, is that, well, I don't want that to be our first goal, but I mean, that's a backup plan, right? Is that kind of how you're thinking?
I think we should be able to find 0.4%. We're not talking about 5%. We're talking about 1.4. And I think this needs to be the starting spot, not the ending spot.
I agree. I mean, is that something we should be trying to figure in COLA, like a percentage of a COLA each year too, to try to stay up with, you know, inflation? Or is that, I don't know, what would that be, our first goal? But I mean, inflation? I mean, is that,
Well, I think that's a discussion we should have is how do we want to come up with some type of metric to base cost of
what
living
number we
on?
need to hit this year?
Yeah.
Jim, what do you think?
Because I can tell you what's been done over the years most of the time is it comes down to the last minute of budget. And I come in or Dawn before me and the question comes up of what do we want to do about cost of living? And we quickly look and see what CPI was for the year and then try to decide if we can afford to do that or not. I mean,
I would like to
I think we need to have a better plan on how we want to approach that going forward.
take care of our in-house. I mean, that's my. Well, will your decision change next week?
I don't know. I don't think so, Danny. I think it's, I think we ought to wait for budget time, because we set our budget. If not, we're gonna set ourselves up for coming back again in a year from now in the middle of budget time. And
I think we're just trying to fix a
wanna
long-term.
do it again is what I think, but.
I think that's where in budget we figure in and, I mean,
When we start changing it, in the middle of the year, I just think that's what we set ourselves up for, is what I think. And like David said, I'm not against planning ahead, like what he's saying, instead of waiting until the end to do it. Let's get a game plan, but let's not set ourselves up to where in the middle of the year, every year, we get hit with wanting another raise.
I don't think that's what we're doing.
I think we're just trying to, it's like drive on a flat tire or change it. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I think that this is a fixing point. We move forward
We
from
gave a
here.
5% last year. There was a 5%, you guys.
And what was the recommended?
8.9, 8.7. I mean, I feel like that's why we're behind anyway, because we don't keep up. We never budget for anything. I mean, we don't.
See the far-reaching problems? We don't see them. What it's going to do down the road.
I'm in favor of the dollar. I think we have 2 or 3 different options that, as a long-term plan, that could justify it if something bad happened. I guess if you don't, I mean, I think it's something needs to be done. I think we need to.
Commissioners? I still feel like, and I've only been here for 2 months, right? I knew what I was going to get paid when I came in.
I think the study that we were shown or not too long ago, we were kind of in the medium or high range of being paid as a commissioner. Were we not?
Our commission position has been typically a little higher than most counties in our situation.
Yeah, I'm not worried about myself. I know you guys already stated you're not, so. I would like the dollar raise for the in-house employees of the county, take care of them, because we have 2 or 3 options we can fall back on. First being the budget, second being Joe, and third being ARPA, if that's what it comes to, but I think we already got funds allocated towards something else. I think we're all agreeing on that. So. Jim, if we wait till next week, or do you want to?
If I change my mind on that.
You or me?
I'd make a motion that we.
I think I know what you're gonna do. Can I give you some language?
Other shit, not mess this up.
And tell me if this is not where you were going, but. So I think what I'm looking for is, since we're talking about a dollar amount, not a percentage, I would like to have it stated that we're going to increase the county pay scale by $1 per hour effective. And if it's April 3rd that we're going for, which would be the next pay period for all positions except county commissioners. Is that where we're going?
Yeah, I think so. So, are you good with that?
That gets me what I need to work with if that's where you're wanting to go.
That's where I think it goes.
I'd make a motion that we add $1 to the county pay scale, except for the commissioner's pay, effective April 3rd, which is a new payroll. And that's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Any more discussion? Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Carries 2-1.
So we're going to talk about digital fire radios next week. We'll also be talking about the health department, or not health department, but yes, and the
Senior center.
senior center.
Yep.
Digital fire radios, health department, and seniors.
Okay.
That says in Pleasanton Senior Center and what we're gonna do over there, right?
Yeah. Anything else you guys wanna? Or has everybody had it for today?
I have.
I think today was a good meeting.
I do too.
I'll make a motion. I guess we're going to talk about David's going to look into the holiday or the sick time too, right?
Yeah, I just need to get with Katie and see what the system can handle and how, I think we can do it by setting up another code, but I just want to look at it and make sure.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. We adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion moved, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.